now kind of an arm of the church
Right.
itself.
Yeah.
And Keenoch, who we'll meet
Yes.
in a little later,
He's kind of in control.
he's one of the four maesters
Yes.
of the Church of Yevon, yet he commands the Crusaders.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's this interesting relationship between the Crusaders and the Church of Yevon. And Mihen, Lord Mihen, was the one who basically like earned the trust and loyalty of and sort of like bridged that gap between the
Yeah.
Crusaders and the Church of Yevon many, many years ago.
You know, there's an idea within excommunication as like a thing, you know.
Yes.
You are judged according to what you know and what you've done and what you
right.
have, right?
Sure.
And so if the church releases you from your from the blessings of the church, it also releases you from the responsibilities due to the church.
I see.
Which means you could potentially obtain a forgiveness or something like that at some other point. Now, anyone who's Catholic is going to tell me that I'm probably wrong about that, and you're probably right. I'm just saying that there's an element of excommunication that is almost like on behalf of somebody else.
Yes.
That's like, I'm not doing this because I hate you. I'm doing this so that you won't have this blood on your hands from God. You know, it's like that kind of thing. And I feel like that's how the Church of Yevon sees it here too, where they're like, hey, Crusaders, you're going to do this thing. It's important, but you have to be excommunicated, right? For your own good.
Yeah, I'll say, yeah.
For your own good when you meet God, you have to not be a member of the church when you do this, right?
That makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I could see that being the case. Yeah.
But please keep doing what you're doing, and we'll do what we can to make sure that God doesn't come too hard on you, right?
Yeah. Of course, Aaron is going to make a point a little bit later in regards to this as to outwardly, perhaps, this is what the church wants it to appear like they are doing
Right.
this for. But there's actually, anyway.
Well, and I'm sure the church has evolved and changed
Yes.
from when it initially allowed
800
this
years ago.
to where it's like, well, now,
Yeah,
who knows what's going on now?
right. A little bit further down the road, you see some ruins of an ancient city. And, you know, Machen sort of talks about, every time I see this, it makes me tremble to see sin's power.
Yeah.
This is interesting because it shows that sin is capable of attacking towns and settlements that are not coastal.
Near the water.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
So,
yeah.
because we're pretty far inland at this point. And, so sin can attack people even far inland of
Interesting.
Spira.
You know,
It seems.
I didn't make that connection.
Yeah.
But since primarily being a water-dwelling creature,
Right.
it's the primordial waters of chaos, you
Yeah.
know, that
Right.
potentially emerges out of. But as it attacks the land, it's like, well, what? Because sin seems to kind of be a little bit of a shapeshifter, kind of changes form every now and then and looks a little bit different. I wonder how sin would have looked in this moment, you know.
Oh, sure. You know, I'm going to put a pin in that for a second
Okay.
because there is some stuff in the Ultimania. I want to look up maybe for
Ooh,
the
okay.
spoiler section here at the
I've
end
never read that.
when we do the end of the podcast.
Yeah, the last few episodes.
So we'll come back, we'll circle back to that.
Okay, cool.
But I don't want to say
I just-
too much about sin yet, just because I want to,
Yeah.
for those who haven't played it, I want them to kind of get the piece by piece
Hmm.
revelations of sin. But
I just hadn't made the connection that was an inland.
yeah, it's like way far
I'm like,
inland, right?
oof, that's
This is
crazy.
an inland town. So that was kind of cool. And then you also meet Lucille and Elma on this path. They're like the Chocobo Knights. right?
Yes. Yeah.
And they're from Jose. They're kind of guarding the high road. They tell you about a monster or a fiend
That's
who's
eating
been
chocobos.
Eating chocobos. Like, watch
Yeah.
out for this guy, right? A boss we fight here pretty soon. A little further ahead, you find a girl and her mother, and they kind of, oh, are you a summoner? You know, like, thank you so much. You're going to save us from sin or bring the next calm. They bring up this terminology,
Yeah.
calm, right?
And that's where Titus asked,
This
like,
is yeah.
what's a calm? Like, what are you guys talking about?
He doesn't know what that is, right?
Yeah.
So they begin to explain it to him. It's the period of time in between when sin is defeated and when sin returns.
Yeah.
And he wonders about, what's the point of that if it just keeps coming back, right? And
Yeah.
Yuna's response here is interesting. So he says, wait, if it just comes back, and she says, don't say it isn't worth it because it is. Even for a little while, this is him now narrating what she said to him.
Yeah, why? What do you think about their decision to do that?
It was
We
interesting.
don't hear her deliver that line. We only
No.
hear him, but it was right then.
It almost makes it feel more introspective, like what
Yeah,
she said
yes,
really affected him, and he
Yes.
like thought about it for a while afterwards.
Because remember, him narrating this story
Yeah.
is at some point in the future,
Yeah.
he's looking back to this moment.
Yes.
And he remembers word for word what she said.
Yeah.
And then he even says those words stuck with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it was more powerful to have him say it than her. I just would not have thought to do that.
Yeah.
Like, that's a very interesting artistic way to
Yeah,
portray that conversation.
a deliberate way of making it, showing the effect that her words had on him, right?
Yes.
And the fact that it's really important. It's almost like it makes it stick with you too.
I think
as
so.
the audience,
Because
yeah.
if they had just had her say it, that's fine. She often says things like that, where it's like, of course it's where, ganbarimashou, like, we're working hard. We're all doing our best and trying to make it in life. She often talks like that.
Mm-hmm.
And often it's easy to just kind of like tune it out and be like, oh, she's the optimist who's just trying to make the best of her situation. Okay. But when you have Titus saying that line instead of her, it kind of makes you pay a little bit more attention, because like what she said has a deeper meaning than it's not just like her normal spiel. Like, it is, but it has a different impact. And they made that. It's almost jarring to be like, why did they do that? And that jarring, technique there is what makes you remember it even more.
Right.
It makes it hit even harder.
Right, I agree. So his narration of what she said is, even for a little while, people can sleep in their beds without being afraid. That kind of time is worth anything. Don't say it isn't worth it. Your words that day, I remember them well.
Yeah.
So it's a little vague in the story as far as like the text or like the script of the game, how long exactly calm periods last.
We talked about this a little bit.
And we will, again, probably talk about this in more detail in the spoiler section at the end of today's episode.
Okay.
However, what this conversation implies to me is that they are very short.
Okay.
Because if she has this response ready, right, she cuts him off in the middle of saying it. He's about to say, wait, if it just comes back and she cuts him off, don't say it isn't worth it. So
She's heard this before.
A conversation that's been had in the world before.
Yeah. So Titus thinks he's being all original, and Yuna's like, I know what you're going to say.
So that indicates to me calm periods are short, and that a lot of people wonder, what is the point if it's just going to come back in a few years?
Yeah.
So in the Ultimania, which I'll get to in the spoiler section, it only really details the times sin has been defeated.
Yeah, it's like 4 or 5, just a few times. Yeah.
And there's these long periods in between sin being defeated. And some people have taken that to mean, there was a calm that lasted this
whole
long.
time.
And then the next calm was a little shorter, and the next calm was a little shorter. Like they're getting shorter each time.
Yes, I'd heard that.
I don't think that is the case. I think it's just summoner number 1 defeats sin, and sin came back a few years later, and they could not beat it again
defeat him
until like 400 years later or whatever. Then they finally defeated it again. And then they had a short calm period, and then they had to deal with sin again for a while.
Yeah.
And so the last defeat of sin happened with Braska 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But sin has already been back for a little while, it seems, since then. So it's less than 10 years that this calm period, at least that we know of, lasted.
Yeah.
So we'll get more into that later, but I feel like this conversation, the way she responds to it, to me that indicates calm periods are actually not that long.
Yeah.
And it's still worth it, because if even for a little, imagine that, right? I was kind of thinking about this while I was playing it this week. You don't ever know where sin is. It's not like sin, except for the calm periods, it doesn't just go away. It's like at any point in time, it's probably destroying some town somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah.
It's somewhere killing people.
Yeah.
And the anxiety of like, it's going to come around back to me here eventually.
Right.
Being able to be free of that anxiety for even like 5 or 6 years would probably be a really nice thing.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I can at least relax for the next 5 or 6 to 8 years or something like that.
Yeah, it gives some people a little bit of hope for a potential future.
Yeah. But at the same time, and this is something I've been talking about with people as well, how could a society develop, or how much would it change if sin is sort of constantly destroying its towns and settlements and cities and things like that, right? Obviously,
I would say coastal settlements would be non-viable.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
But that's where most people live here.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's an ongoing conversation. There's a lot more discussion to be had on that point.
Yeah.
But I do think it's worth noting that if these calm periods are very short, they probably couldn't develop very fast because their records, their technology, their architecture wiped out. Have to rebuild, wiped out, have to be built, wiped out over and over and over again. It would be difficult, really, really difficult to develop. Now, there is now the question, if it can, why would you live on the coast? But if it can attack land-based
that's where
settlements.
I realized.
Right, way far inland, then it's like, well, nowhere is safe. You could say, well, why not go underground or something like that? I don't know. We don't know the full extent of Sin's power. Maybe Sin can get you no matter where you are.
I would, for the theme of the game, right, the idea of Sin, the metaphor would be that, Sin could totally get you underground. Like you don't just escape. That's the whole point, right? You can't just escape.
Yeah.
You have to deal with it somehow.
Yeah. So, anyways, I just thought that conversation was interesting because I think now we know, at least the way that I take this or the way that I read this is, Sin can attack you inland. It's not just on the coast or in the water. And the calm periods are short. That means this world would do anything to have some relief for even a little while, if possible. And that's what that's the case she's trying to make, that it is worth it.
Yeah.
Even if it's just a short time. So,
okay.
Just something to keep in mind as we keep learning more about the world of Spirit.
You know what's funny? What you mentioned Oren with bringing, who was it? Ellen? Who was it that brought up that there's a fiend killing chocobos?
Oh, Elma.
Elma, that's the name. As soon as she brings that up, Tita says, "Let's go get it."
Yeah,
and Oren is just like, "What did you say?" And he's like, "Let's go." And Oren's like, "Why?
It's the right thing to do."
And Tita says, "Because it's the right thing to do." And this is incredible because Oren laughs, and he often laughs at strange times, which is unsettling because you still don't know quite how to read Oren here.
Yeah.
But he says that's what Jecht used to often say. Now, as somebody who hates your dad and thinks he was bad, not only are you saying because it's the right thing to do, so not only are you acting like your dad, but your dad used to do things because it was the right thing to do. That's just not, Titus does not see his father that way.
No.
And that's we're slowly getting little snippets of Jecht's past life. We'll get another fun one here with the shoe puff later on.
Yes,
but
it was really
you're getting
good
these little snippets of Jecht's life that just are not at all commensurate with Titus's former view of who his father is or was.
Right.
It's just not at all the same thing, even close. So this suggests that Jecht behaved morally, right? So how is Titus going to take that, believing there was little to honor about his father and that his father always behaved immorally? So that's just a little setup there. That's just little by little. They're setting up something with Jecht. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
But that was really interesting.
Yeah, I like that moment. And Aaron has a lot of these sort of little things he'll insert about Jecht.
And he never says too much.
Yeah.
He'll say his thing and then he leaves. And then we're left to think about it,
Yeah, and they contradict, like you said, Titus's opinion of the man.
Yep.
And so, anyways, again, I feel like almost every scene in this game is so purposeful in what it is telling you. It is either foreshadowing something, setting up the context for a later payoff. It's just it feels like nothing's wasted in any of the dialogue. In this game, ever.
I've been noticing that.
It's really good.
I know, it's really potent. It's really it's well written. It doesn't carry on too incredibly long. I don't know. It's really well paced.
Yeah, the pacing is spot on.
Yeah,
it's really great. So a little further down, you find out the Crusaders. I mean, we kind of speculated on this, but now it's becoming clear the Crusaders are up to something here.
Yes,
they're carrying these large caravans of equipment.
Yeah. And we see. Is this where we see Lutzu
and Gata?
Gata. Yeah. They show up. They're everywhere we go.
Yeah, they're kind of loafing, and they get reprimanded by the Chocobo Knights. Hey, get back to this. Operation's too important. Stop being lazy.
But they won't say what they're doing.
Yeah. And so, anyways, they're kind of Lutzu turns to Gata, is like, see, you just keep your head down, everything will be all right. You know?
Exactly.
He's just trying to like, it's just lay low, man. I really like here that Yuna tries to convince them that it's not too late to go back to Besaid and basically repent and
she
become part of the
does.
Church of Yevon again.
Yes. Yeah.
And Gata's like just ignoring that. Okay, we need to go, sir. You know,
Yes.
they've made their decision as far as this goes.
Yeah.
They're hell-bent on fighting sin with Machina.
Yep.
And they think that that's the right thing to do, and they're moving forward with that. And they're not listening to her being like, come back to the church. It's not too late.
And Yevon, not only does Yevon know about this, we meet a priest here, a woman.
Shalenda.
Shalinda, yeah. And she
Is also trying
knows
to
what's
convince
going
people.
on. Now, within the organization of Yevon, a priest is there's a lot of priests, right? But they seem to know what's going on as well. It's not just the higher up, the maesters, that know what's going on. It's like, no, even the lower level clergymen, they still know what's going on.
Acolytes and disciples.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you talk to her and she's like, I've been trying to convince these crusaders not to use Machina, and they're all mad at me. And it's like, oh yeah, it's annoying. Like,
I know.
you feel like you've sacrificed so much as a crusader, right? You're
Yes.
putting your life on the line. You've been excommunicated from the church.
Right,
And
from your culture.
because you believe it's the right thing to do, and this little acolyte person's running around telling you how bad it is to
How
use
bad it
Machina.
is.
It's like, shut up, man, just go away.
Oh, man.
I really like Shalinda later on, though, because she
Oh, yeah.
sort of begins to realize, because you meet her along the path, too, right? And she'll say, like, oh, no one likes me, they're all mad at me.
Yeah.
But, like, by the time you get to Operation Mihen, she's, like, decided, I'm going to stop trying to, like, tell them not to do this, and I'm going to actually go, like, use my, like, white mage capabilities to heal and help
Oh,
them.
good. Right.
And so she like gives up on this, crusade to like divert them and says, well, I support you even though I don't agree.
Sure.
So I kind of like that development
That's
of that
cool. That's
character
cool, yeah.
along the road. And after the operation's over, you can see her like healing people. She'll
Right.
say, oh, do you
I
need
remember that.
to be healed? And she'll heal you. So anyways, it's just a nice little NPC.
Yeah.
And again, what it's doing is it's building this sort of like contradiction between Yevon and the Crusaders.
Yeah.
They really condemn what they're doing as being against the teachings of Yevon, yet Maester Keenock and Seymour, especially in a scene coming up, are like, yeah, it's fine, let them do it.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, we'll get more into that in a second, but it's just they're building this really piece by piece. I think it's a really good demonstration of probably a really effective editing process, right?
Oh, yeah.
One thing that's really hard for writers to do, and this is true of me as well, right? You've been building or working on this world you've created for so long that, for me, it's been almost 20 years.
Right.
So for 20 years, my brain has been immersed in the details of this world I'm creating.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you've been in it that long, it's hard to remember or hard to keep in mind. People don't know the things that you know.
Yeah, that's true.
So you need to really break up and make small, piecemeal, digestible scenes that give you little pieces so that there's a shallow learning curve to understanding the world that they're being immersed in, right?
Right.
In the draft of the novel that I finished last year before I went to the editing, the actual professional editing process, my prologue chapter was like 30 pages long, and it was just so dense with like a million things. And I'm thinking about all these things I'm setting up for later, and the plot twist later, and like all these things. I'm like, boom, 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 boom. I've got all that in there. Yeah. But it's like, I only can read this without any hitches because I fetching know it back like the back of my hand.
Yeah.
Anybody else reading that is going to be completely overwhelmed by it. So I learned that what I need to do is really break that up and reveal it at a much slower pace over a much longer time, and just give them little really interesting things. And that's exactly like what they're doing on this whole Mihen High Road. It's like Machen scene that's short, digestible, just about Lord Mihian. Machen scene just about Sin can attack people way out here, even in inland.
Yeah.
Short scene with, here's the Chocobo Knights. Short scene with Luzu and Gatsu, or Luzu and Gata and the Chocobo Knights, and something's going on. They have some operation they're preparing for. Shalinda, the Church of Yevon and the Crusaders are a little bit at odds. Then when you get to Seymour's scene later, you have had all these little scenes that have built up to that moment, and Waka's devoutness that make the context of that like really easy to follow. This game is really good at that.
It's very good at that, yeah.
Really good at that.
Yeah.
They have really good, short, digestible scenes that give you tons of context over time and make it very easy to understand.
I think so, and they feed in well with the characters as well. The character development goes along with the story. So the little bits that you get of the story, who you're getting that from is relevant to the characters, right? And so you'll get this little bit from this character and this little bit from this character. And what they're doing is they're telling you the story at the same time they're building up these characters around you.
Right.
Which is way better than just an exposition dump where you're just reading it and there's no character development.
Yeah,
you know?
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's kind of like what they do as you're just running down this road, right? There's also, what's her name?
There's a summoner, Bella Gemini.
Belgamine.
See, okay, so I do this game in Japanese and I actually don't know how a lot of these names are pronounced.
Yeah.
Bella Gemini.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the weirdest thing. I was not expecting this at all. Like, we show up and I'm like, oh, she seems nicer than Donna.
Yeah.
And then she's like, let's fight. I want to test how strong you are. And I'm like, is she going to kill us? And like, she's like, don't worry. As soon as one of our Avons are going, or Aeons are going to die, we'll stop fighting.
Yeah.
Okay. And Yuna's like, sweet, yeah, let's do it. And I didn't think that was actually super in character for Yuna to be excited about that. But yeah, we just fight her one-on-one just to have a tough battle, I guess. She has Ifrit, I think.
It's kind of used, these are kind of used as like tutorials for how to use the Aeons in battle. And
yeah, I get
kind of
it.
testing that over time. But it is kind of
I questioned
funny.
how they did it, and it was interesting.
Yeah. So you meet Belgamine a few more times along the path and kind of just do Aeon battles with her, summon battles with her. Anyways, that's another thing that I think this game does really well. You know, we talked about the comparisons to Final Fantasy 13. Same team went from this game to do Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah,
right?
8 to 10 to 13, yeah.
And the linearity, the game being linear, being like such a complaint for FF13.
Oh, yeah.
But people not having that complaint as much about FF10. The big difference between the two of them, and I've talked about this in my videos and things like that, but for those of you who have not seen the retrospectives, right? The big difference between Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy 13 is that in Final Fantasy X, they do a great job of, as you're moving down that hallway map, they break up in a really good way, pacing-wise, so that you're not just battling for 3 hours running down a straight line.
Yeah.
You're having a really nice balance between battling, cutscenes and character development, and world building, and also just like the temples, right? The puzzle solving. And like there's all these different ways in which you interact with the world. And even like the Belgamine battle, right? It's a battle, but it's a different style of battle.
Yeah, and the stakes are different, and it's kind of showing you things, They're
mixing up how you interact with the world.
Yeah.
In little ways that keep it interesting, so that you're not just, we talked about this a little bit, being maybe a weakness of what's his name? Yasumi Matsuno's game design philosophy, where there's just like 3 hours of dungeon gameplay crawling before you get to a scene again.
A 5-minute cutscene, which is packed with meaning.
Yes.
Yes.
Final Fantasy 13 has 2, I think, very short instances where there's this pathetic excuse of a puzzle, if you want to call it that, that breaks up the gameplay. Otherwise, you are just trudging through hours and hours of the same battles, like over and over and over and over, and it can just get really grating. Particularly the last time I played it, I got so frustrated in one of the dungeons. It's just like, this is too long. It's way too long. And that is the big difference. Even though they're both very linear games, one feels engaging and fun and never feels like it's wearing out its welcome, and the other constantly feels that way. And this is the reason why. The Me and High Road is a great example of the big difference between the two.
Yeah.
How they kept the game interesting on the Me and High Road is
because it's just a straight line.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the way they designed how you're breaking up your time is exactly why FF10 is like a masterpiece, all-time classic JRPG, and Final Fantasy 13 is so divisive.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Nice, I like that.
They do a really great job with that on the Me and High Road. Okay, and then you reach the Albed shop, right? And Wak is complaining. He's like, I'm not staying here.
Yeah. And Auron's like, I'm tired, let's rest. And Wak is like, I'm fine. No, that was it. Auron's like, let's rest. And Wak is like, I'm fine. And Auron's like, well, I'm not.
Yep.
He just walked
right.
Yeah,
I really like that. So
see, Auron takes everyone out of their comfort zone.
Yes.
Everybody. Like, he's a legend. Everyone does what he says. Everyone follows him. They all respect him. But what he's doing the whole time is he's kind of taking everyone out of their comfort zone.
Yes.
Yeah.
I really like that. And there are a couple things on this. So we meet Riku again later, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny that Yuna is asking Auron's permission for whether Riku can come and be in Guardian, right?
Oh, that scene is interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
So hopefully we'll
You're
get to
right.
that
You're
in
right.
this
It's like
episode.
Auron decides.
It's like he basically became
Yeah.
the leader as soon as he stepped in, which makes sense.
Yes.
But-
He's done this before, and he's by far the oldest person there.
Yes. But yeah, I there was another point somebody made that I thought was interesting regarding my points about Lulu and her kind of like quick
Was
change
this a
in
comment on
temperament.
episode
Yeah.
4?
Quick change in temperament towards Tidus,
I was going to bring this up.
saying that it's because Auron's presence
Yes.
justifying Tidus and
Because
knowing
Auron
him.
says,
Right.
accept me as your guardian. Okay, he's coming with me.
Yeah.
And like, that's a fair point. And that it's also from that point on that Lulu begins to treat Tidus
Right.
different. It's not just from the previous interaction with Tidus, it's from the interaction with Auron and Tidus.
Yeah. It's like Auron's presence sort of validated Tidus
Yes.
for the party.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, any questions we had about him, like Auron says it's cool, so
Then we're
like
good.
I trust that.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense, right? He basically changed the whole dynamic of the party when he came in.
Yeah.
He's got like a lot of gravity to him. It's just
does.
like
Even
he's-
amongst the other summoners and other guardians.
Yes.
As we see
Yes,
later on.
with Bartello.
Like, everyone knows who
Yeah.
he is, and everyone just loves him.
yeah. So anyways,
He's basically a walking saint.
yes.
But they all want to know what he's been doing the last 10 years. I
Yes,
found that
yes.
very interesting.
Yes. Yeah, so, Waka's like, well, in Luca, they kidnapped Yuna, the Albed, right? Like, we can't
Yeah,
stay
yeah.
at an Albed shop. He says, his racism against Albed.
Yes.
And his response to that is, well, where were her guardians? Right? It's just like
What
turns
were
that
guardians
right
doing?
back around on him.
Yes.
And he's, I'm not tired one bit. Well, I am.
I am. Yeah, and he just walks.
He walks in. Great. It's really great.
It's so good. So good.
The next scene is really good, too. This is between Titus and Yuna
Yeah, I got a big
at the
note
sunset.
here. Yeah.
A
Oh, it's
lot of
beautiful.
things we learn here, too. A lot
Yeah.
of really important details and really important foreshadowing. This is packed with that.
Yes, this
So,
particular scene, actually.
Go ahead with your notes first.
Yeah, so initially, Tidus, walks out, and he is just struck with awe at the sunset
Yeah.
and how beautiful it looks, but also that Yuna is out there.
Yeah.
And Yuna is sort of in front of the sun. I can't remember if she completely is in front of the sun or not, but it's almost implied that this is such a beautiful scene also because she's there, you know,
Yes.
and she's part of the scene, and she's making it beautiful. She brings the beauty to something that's, I don't want to say a sunset is mundane, but it's an everyday occurrence,
Yeah.
And there's no general reason why Tidus would be so struck by this particular sunset, except that things are starting to have more meaning to him. Every day is starting to become more important to him. And specifically around Yuna, he's just, he's completely fallen for her in his world, he's kind of in the clouds, right? So he goes over to talk to her, and one of the things that she says, she talks about Xanarkand, right? And how Xanarkand's a place.
Yeah.
And my note is going to be a different note than nobody else took the note that I took. so you'll walk us through the actual conversation. But when she mentions Xanarkand, she says that it's a place on the edge of the world, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you play the very beginning of this game, does Zanarkand feel like it's at the edge of the world?
No, it doesn't.
It feels like it's the center of the world.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, right.
So the idea that Zanarkand has been pushed out to the edge, while being a physical place, a geographic location, that was pushed to the margin, was pushed to the edge of the world when it used to be the center, I find that idea fascinating. So my note here says, what once felt like the world's center has been pushed to the edge. Things get pushed to edges when they threaten the stability of the center. It's fascinating how one place can become the edge when they were once the center, without having moved geographically. This is true for behavior, this is true for culture, clothing, religion, art, you name it. Whatever the center is where the majority consensus people have converged on, and it's where the people are. It's what is, have you ever heard of the political idea of the Overton window, right? It's this is where things are allowed to be, and when you're outside of that, it's dangerous, right?
Yeah.
You're in the dangerous territory. Well, that's the edges, right? Zanarkand has become one of those dangerous territories.
We got the Citadel space versus the Attic Traverse.
Exactly.
The Terminus systems.
So when a group of people have a shared identity, they reside in the center and are wary of the edge. But this is another Mass Effect idea here with, who was it? Was it the Quarian girl? Where she has to go out and find something valuable and bring it back?
The
Quarian.
Yeah.
So this is Mass Effect kind of stuff we're talking about here. But when a group of people have a shared identity, they reside in the center and are wary of the edge. A journey to the periphery is a journey into the wilderness, and the reason anybody would do that is to find something valuable that has either been undiscovered or previously discarded amongst the chaos and potential, and bring it back to the center, reincorporate it into the center, into the body, you could say.
Yeah.
Right? This is a process that's ongoing in every culture, everywhere, all the time. This is always a thing. It's like a big, important cultural idea. So when Yuna says that Zanarkand is on the edge of the world, yet that is precisely where her pilgrimage is taking her, that is what she's saying, right? She may not even be entirely aware of what she means when she says it, but that's how these things work, right? So the city, as Auron reveals to us, is in ruins. It is utter chaos. Yet from that chaos, there is potential. And it is the job of certain people to move into that chaos, find the potential, and turn it into something beautiful and bring it back to the people, right?
Yeah,
to share with the people. It's an ancient story idea that I don't think people are even aware so much nowadays, that still plays itself out every single day.
Yeah.
That the idea of a journey to the edge of the world in order to find what's meaningful, like there's a religious idea in that.
Sure.
But at the same time, that's what you do when you talk about ideas that you don't completely have figured out in your mind yet. That's what you do just when it's often a dialogue thing when you're just talking with people, but it's what you do when you confront a book or something that you're not super familiar with, right? You're taking what's in the book, or you eat foreign food, right? You go, I'm going to eat some Chinese food, I never had it before. What you're doing is you're confronting something you know little about,
Right.
and you're incorporating it into your body.
Yes.
That becomes part of you, and then you judge it whether it is commensurate, whether it fits with your body or not. Did you like it? Was it good? Did it give you diarrhea? Like whatever it is, your body. But that's what you're doing, And anyways, it's a religious process that probably started out as religious. It's not seen as that anymore. But in this game, it definitely is. This is a pilgrimage we're talking about, and it's the same thing as the Quarian in Mass Effect. It's like this is what you have to do in order for any culture or city or group or anything, in order for anything to survive, it can't be so rigid to where it rejects what's on the edges.
Yeah.
You have to allow some some go between the borders. You have to allow people to venture into those edges, right? And sometimes that's uncomfortable. You get people who go around and they got tattoos and nose rings and blue hair, and it's like, they're exploring the edges of society.
Yeah.
But there are valuable things to be had there. So don't bother those people with what they're doing. One of them you might not see the value in it, but one of the things that they may have discovered that could be potentially helpful to you is something you never would have found yourself.
Right. Because you're not willing to traverse.
Because you're not willing to go out there.
Yeah.
And but I love, because the potential in the chaos, it's not what everybody thinks.
Yeah.
Right? but it's there. The potential is always there, and everyone thinks you're going to do one thing, and what ends up happening is unexpected, and that's probably what I'll leave this comment at for Final Fantasy X.
Yeah, that's great. I'll come back to that later because I had a thought about it, but I'll save it for another time.
Now let's hear what they actually talk about.
So, some really good key points for the story to take note of here. So she's talking about how she wishes she could live in a place like this and be peaceful, have a smile on her face every day, things like that.
Right, she's enjoying the
And
sunset too.
he says, "Oh, you can once you defeat Sin, right?"
Yes, that is
She
exactly
sort
what it
of
says.
chuckles and nods at that, but doesn't really respond to it.
Yeah.
And you will notice this keeps happening.
Well, there's a note
many scenes after
in
this.
Jose. There's a
Anyways,
very interesting.
Anyways, I don't want to put too much of a point on this, but just watch carefully the way people respond
Yes.
to Tidus during scenes like this. He says, but then a new sin will be born anyway.
Yes.
Well, then you can just beat it again.
Exactly. So then go beat that one too.
And she says, I wish I could. Right? And he says, well, hey, you can. Trust me, you're the best summoner out there. And why does sin always come back? So now he's wanting to understand
Yes.
that process.
A little bit how the world works.
So she says, sin is our punishment for our vanity, and it will not go away until we've atoned.
Yes.
And again, we've talked about his role in the story being a person
to
from
ask
the outside.
the question.
Yes. Wait, why?
Yes.
To everything.
And one word, and that can break or reconstruct or construct a whole system just with that one word.
Yeah, why?
Yeah.
Really, think about that. Why?
And she even says it. She goes, I'd never thought about this.
Even ask
because
that, yeah.
I think what Tidus is asking is what did humanity do that was so bad?
Yeah.
Is it so bad to use Machina to live a life?
Yes.
And Eunuch has no answer to that.
No.
She's just like, I've been told that yes, that's really bad. But I don't know what's so bad about it.
Yes.
And she had never, I think she even confesses to this. She says, I have never thought to question that.
Yes.
I was taught to accept it, and it never occurred to me to question why I have to or don't or am not allowed to do certain things.
Yeah. And this is brought up again with Waka later on the Shoe Puff because he's pointing at the city underwater, the ruins of the city that's underneath the river.
Oh, yes, I love that.
And he's like, this is, again, a punishment because they tried to use Machina to defy the laws of nature.
Yes.
He's like, I don't really think that's it. I don't think that's right. I don't think you got it right.
I
And
got
Waka
some notes for that,
fights
too.
against that.
He does.
But this is what Tidus is suited perfectly to do is question their beliefs that don't really make that much sense.
Yes,
if you think about it. There's not a reason why using Machina is bad. They just said it's bad.
They said it's bad, yeah.
That's it.
But then, well, gosh, because I'm getting the two mixed up now with the Shoe Puff and this.
Oh,
But
right.
Tidus will continue to question, well, you guys still use some Machina. And
Yes.
they're like, yeah, well, the ones that Yevon says
It's
we
okay
can
for
use,
Blitzball.
we
It's
use.
not okay to fight Sin for some reason.
Exactly. Now, it's
And they do offer explanations. I'm not trying to say
do.
there's no reason, but we'll get to that in a minute.
and I actually buy, in terms of the city under the river, I would buy Waka's explanation a little better than Tidus's.
Sure.
Because Tidus is like, well, just so they could be near some water, right? Because you got to have water.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, because a city on a bridge,
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea. I'm sorry. And it's because I say nature, I say physics, I say this isn't a good
It's
idea.
almost like a,
due to,
like boat houses or things like that. It's like a boat city.
like in a swamp or something. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And that's fine depending on where you live, I suppose. But
No, there's just opportunity to.
I have notes
disaster
here.
with
Well,
that.
because what is it? If the foolish man built his house upon the sand, then what do you say about the person who built their house on the water?
On the water. Yeah.
Well, we can just leave it at that.
Sure. So he's questioning.
And I apologize to any of you who are from, what's that Italian city? Venice.
Dennis. Yeah.
Apologies to anyone who lives in Venice or any place like Venice or the Bayou in Louisiana or any place where your house is on stilts and there's water below you.
Yeah. Punishment for our vanity. How do we atone? She doesn't have an
Yes.
answer.
Yeah.
What do we do that's so bad in the first place? Why is
Never thought
was
about
it
it.
using lots of machina or something? Oh wait, was that really such a bad thing? Really?
Yeah.
She's like, it's funny. Ever since I was young, I never questioned it. But now that you ask me if it's bad or not, I don't know. There are many things I don't know. So he's getting her to think about this more, right?
And I love this too, because they had some conversation earlier where she said, yeah, well, I don't really, there's a lot of things I don't know. And he's like, "Pff, compared to me, you know
Yeah.
a lot more than me.
Yeah.
I'm the dumb one, haha, you know.
Yeah, he's
he
kinda-
points to himself a lot. And
Yeah.
that's a good icebreaker for people, is when
Yeah.
you make fun of yourself, call yourself stupid, then people
Yeah.
don't feel as dumb around you.
Right. He tries to cheer her up by impersonating Maester Micah.
Such thinking is very unbecoming of a summoner.
That was so good. Because, okay, so I watched it in Japanese,
Yeah.
right? The Japanese he uses to impersonate Mr. Micah it's what you would think of a racist American pretending to speak Japanese. and pretending that, and just really overdoing the accent. It was so funny. It's so, I don't want to do it because that's what it sounds like.
Oh my God.
It is so funny.
Yeah, he's kind of, in English, he's kind of just like, oh, very unbecoming of a summoner, right?
You should hear the Japanese. It is beautiful.
That's funny.
But it's like that, because that's like a Master Splinter thing, right?
Yeah.
But in the Japanese version, it resembles a little bit more. Have you seen Breakfast at Tiffany's?
I don't think I've seen the
Okay,
movie.
well,
I
it's-
know people will probably yell at me for that, but I've not seen it.
Mickey Rooney he's a white dude, right?
Yeah.
He plays an Asian who owns Audrey Hepburn's and the makeup and
no.
everything, who owns Audrey Hepburn's apartment. He's her landlord.
No.
And he's just constantly yelling at her in this horrible fake Asian accent. And that's what the Japanese one sounds like.
Oh my.
召喚師がそんなことではいけませんぞ。
God.
It sounds like Mickey Rooney from Breakfast at Tiffany's, tight kind of thing, just clearly overdoing it. And
Yeah.
oh man, it's still funny. It's but not least because it was a Japanese person doing it.
Right.
But that's what it sounded like. It was so.
That's
It was
hilarious.
so funny.
Okay, he then goes on to talk about how important it is to like focus on a goal and not like think about the future. You got to be in the now, kind of a thing. It's like when you're playing blitz, like you can't be thinking about the
yeah.
girl in the
I
stands.
loved
and-
this. I loved that.
Yeah. So his
Yeah.
point is he's trying to let her know like
You can't be
gotta
thinking.
focus
Yeah.
on the journey. Don't focus about what the future is going to be yet. You can worry about that after you defeat sin. Once again.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's in Titus's own way that he does this, and
Yeah.
it's so great because he really is an uplifting character. He knows how to give a pep talk. He was the captain of his team. I'm assuming, right? He was a star. He knows how to talk to people who need some moral boost, right, to help
Right.
do whatever they got to do. You just haven't seen that his character do that up to this point. He's been such a fish out of water, such the dumb one that you don't ever see that side of him. But when it comes out in this particular scene and he's playing it up and he's just like, oh, that girl in the fifth row, you can't be thinking about that. And then you go to take your kick and you're thinking, oh, but what if I go on a date with her? That'll be
Yeah.
fun. You can't do that either.
Yeah.
But he's so expressive about it, and he's really getting into it. And he's really embracing the chance to help someone. He hasn't been of much help other than fighting battles. I guess he's one of the people fighting, so it's like, hey, he's helping there. But he hasn't been of much assistance to people on this mission. He's kind of been a burden to everybody. And finally, he sees his time to shine, and he embraces it, and he does a great job. I just really liked this scene.
And I really like that, I think twice now, Yuna has been that for him when he was kind of
Yes.
like lost or feeling down.
And because she's so good at it, because she can do the fake smile, right?
Yeah, he's returning that now. And
Yes.
again, there's so many scenes, right? There's so many scenes spread out over this game, and it really does a good job of kind of what we were touching on with the very opening scene where they're looking at the ruins and they're at the campfire. And it feels like a party that has been through a lot together. Even though we
yeah.
don't even know them yet.
Yeah.
They're doing a good job of like giving the sense of this long journey where they've had a lot of opportunity to get to know each other, to really learn to care for one another. They're just doing a phenomenal job at building that
Yeah.
with each of these scenes that are very well paced, like we've been saying. So now she brings up what the final summoning is, right? This is how sin is defeated. So she says the final summoning, because he asks about how they can even defeat Sin. How can you fight something that's that big? And he's like doing his little animation.
Is this how you do it? And she's saying, "Oh, we got to pray at all the temples." And he's like,
Yeah.
Why would you pray at all the temples? Just go do it." She's like, "No, I need to get all the things.
Yeah,
I
it's
need to get all the
part
summons."
of the process, right?
Yeah.
So the final summoning, it's the only way to defeat Sin. The only way. With it, we can call the final Aeon. That's the goal of the pilgrimage. The faith of the final summoning lies waiting in the far north to greet summoners that complete their pilgrimage at the world's edge in Xanarkand. So this
That's
is the
world's
reveal
edge part, yeah.
that the end of the journey is going to be in Xanarkand.
That's where everything, yeah.
And so Titus now realizes, oh, we're going to Xanarkand.
Oh.
Right? So two really key pieces of information there. One, how does this actually work? What is the process of defeating Sin?
Yes.
Secondly, that process is going to lead us back to Xanarkand where we started, or where Titus started, right?
Yes.
And he's going to have to grapple with, is this really the same place
Yeah.
that I'm from? Is it really 1,000 years? He still doesn't necessarily want to believe that yet, right? And this comes as a shock to him, obviously. Orin comes out in the middle of this.
Yeah,
and
he
you come
comes
back
out.
Inside.
They've been talking for a little too long, but he does step
Yeah.
out, and he says a few things. I think at this point is where he says that Xanarkand's a city in ruins.
Yeah,
Like, don't get your hopes up, Titus.
yeah,
The time skip is real. The
Yeah.
city is in ruins,
yeah,
right?
right.
And Titus is like, all right.
And so then she asks him, like officially, like, will you go with us to Xanarkand? And he says, yeah, I'll go. I'll go to Xanarkand and see it with my own eyes. And then he narrates in his mind, I knew it couldn't be my Xanarkand, but I had to be sure. So this is his motivation now, right?
I mean, I'd do the same thing. I
Yeah.
wouldn't pass that up.
No way.
Yeah.
I gotta like confirm, like, is this really what happened, right?
Yeah.
It's too crazy. So anyways, really good scene. Really, really good scene. Lots of great key information, world building, character interaction that's building a romance that's really nicely paced. Awesome stuff. Just
Yeah, I loved it.
every scene is good.
Orin just ruined it.
Yeah. And the next day you meet Rin, who's the Albed owner of the shop. He kind of explains more about Albed primers.
Oh, yeah.
And then you fight that fiend that's been eating the
Yeah.
chocobos. It's kind of an interesting little battle, too. I like how they mix up.
Oh, how you're kind of pushing him
Yeah,
towards
either
the
he pushes you off a cliff or you push him off a cliff.
Yeah, that was
So
interesting.
I like it when, again, they're mixing how you
Yes.
fight
Yeah,
in
yeah.
ways that keep it interesting instead of just the same things over and over again, right?
Yeah, that was
So I
good.
really liked it.
And then because we do that, the guy lets us ride chocobos,
Yep, for free.
which is pretty sweet, except this game doesn't have an overworld map, and it's
No.
not, well, it's not as fun riding chocobos. Like, it's fun, but it's not as, there's the point. The
Yes.
point of riding a chocobo
Yes.
is less present, right?
I agree with that point.
Yeah.
However, again, I feel like they're doing a really good job of mixing up exploration.
Ah, of course.
So it's like,
Sure.
instead of just running down the road like you have been doing fighting battles, you can get on a chocobo and there's these little feathers you can find, and that helps you jump to another
Yes.
location
Yeah, yeah.
and like get treasure.
Yeah,
and
that's
I think
true.
they
For
do.
yeah, that's fun.
This is another reason why I love like how they use the camera in this game, because as you're going down that road, the camera shows you, hey, there's a road underneath this road, and
Yeah.
hey, there's a treasure chest there, and hey, there's a platform over there, and you're going, oh, look at all that. I wonder how I get there.
Yes.
Now
Yeah.
you're keeping an eye out on the road for how does that work, and then you kind of curl around, and Machen is there, and he explains
Yeah.
how the old road, which is the road beneath us right now, that's the real high road that Mihen walked on, but Sin kind of destroyed it. So we
they
had
have
to
a new
build this
one.
new high road, and that's the one you're walking on now. And you go, wait, can I get to that old road somehow? And then you explore it. And so even though it's a linear game, like they still have good exploration there, and
Yeah.
they're trying to point that out to you. And you're riding a chocobo now. They're mixing up how you travel, how you interact with the world, when you battle, and when you're battling, mechanics that make it different. It's just so much more well-rounded or mixed up in comparison to something like Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
And it is the reason why no one complained about the game's linearity at the time, or very few people did.
Yeah.
So you're right. I miss the overworld. I will say that forever. I have no idea why they just decided, oh, we don't need that anymore.
No.
These RPGs, just bring it back, please. Bring back
Please.
airships. Bring back little vehicles on an overworld with a giant person running around. I want that in my RPGs.
Me too.
That being said, I feel like they did a really good job with this style in this game. Okay, so eventually you come up on where the Crusaders are getting ready for their operation.
Yeah.
They
Right,
don't want to let you pass.
Before that, though, there's a guy who says, I think it's near the Chocobos. He says, "Show us how to blitz."
Oh yeah, I think it's got to.
There's like 3 people. Is that him? Can't remember exactly who it was. The Japanese is almost exactly like the kids at the very beginning of the game.
Oh,
They said,
right.
Teach us how to blitz.
Teach us how to blitz.
Teach us how to blitz.
Yeah.
And this guy's kind of doing a little callback there. The Japanese, it's oshieru, which means to teach or to show. And they both, the kids and him, they both say the same thing. So even though the kids at the beginning of the game say, teach us how to blitz, and this guy says, show us how to blitz, it's the same word in the Japanese.
Right.
And so they're basically saying the exact same thing. I thought that was great.
Yeah. So basically, you come up there like Donna's trying to get through. They're not going to let her through. She's all complaining about it, right? And then we try to go through. Sorry, Lady Summoner, we can't let you through right now.
Yeah.
But Seymour happens to come during this time, and it's like, oh, we can't pass. And he's like, oh, okay, just a moment. And he basically tells Crusaders like, let Yuna through.
And they're questioning him, but he's just like, do it.
It's like, I'll take responsibility.
Yeah, okay, so here's a question. What if, like, I don't know, the governor of the state you live in tells you, just do it, I'll take responsibility. Do you believe him?
I don't know if I would. Personally, I would not.
I'd be like, okay, can I get that in writing?
Yeah.
You know, can we film? Can I record this conversation?
I don't believe you. I will be the scapegoat for this.
I know, for real, because the first time that anyone says, oh, how did you let them pass to the soldier? And he goes, Seymour said he'd be responsible. And Seymour's like,
No, I didn't.
I didn't say that. Then it's like, come on, anyways.
Yep, it's my word against if this guy decides to be honest or not.
Yes, but at the same time, that soldier couldn't defy.
He couldn't
defy Seymour.
Yeah, bad position to be in.
So,
Anyway, so you end up getting through there. Titus is getting more and more suspicious / jealous of Seymour because he can tell he kind of likes Yuna.
Yeah, he and Yuna keep having these brief moments where they look at each other and Yuna gets flustered, and it's like, wow. And this would be a point in the game where the graphics, I never would say, oh, the graphics aren't sufficient to convey whatever,
Sure.
but it is difficult to tell what Seymour is doing, how he's feeling, how she's receiving his vibes, you know?
Yes.
It's very difficult to tell, and I feel like the HD version might even be harder to tell than the original PS2 version, but it's very difficult to see how she's taking it, because her face basically doesn't react at all. She just kind of looks around, and it's like, well, I think she's embarrassed, or maybe she's flustered, or maybe she's reciprocating in a flirty kind of manner. Like, I don't know. I can't really read it very well.
There's not a lot of animation going on there. And this is actually something I have noticed playing the HD version.
Their face doesn't animate very much.
They have different models, a lower and higher poly model, depending on if they're going to do close-ups on the characters in the scene. So most of the NPCs do not have their eyeballs and eyelids modeled.
Right, they're just flat
it's
textures.
Just a flat texture of an eye
Yeah.
that blinks on and off, like we've talked about in previous podcasts. We did this in our Star Kart.
Mario Star Wars, Mario Kart Star Wars. Yeah.
The models just had textures that we would animate,
Yeah.
a blinking animation on.
Yes.
Most of the NPCs in this game, that is the case. Some of the hero / like main villain characters have two models though. They have one that has that whole eye like modeled out.
Yeah,
And they
like
have
an
another
actual
one.
ball.
Another one that's not. And so,
okay,
like,
right.
sometimes you'll have a scene where, like, they really only have a close-up of Yuna in the scene. So, like, all the other hero characters have their second model that does not, and you can really see that in the HD version.
I don't notice that too much. Oh yeah.
And so, like, yeah,
Maybe
it's
I
kind of,
do,
it's
but-
been kind of funny. Oh, that's the secondary low poly Titus
Yeah.
model there. Oh, that's Yuna's low poly model. And then, of course, they have their like FMV versions, which look completely different.
Those look. Yeah.
Riku in particular really threw me off when they show her in the FMV. I was like,
She looks
"That's
so
her,
different."
That's her face in the FMV. That looks so
yeah,
different.
she looks so different.
Anyway, I don't know. That's just kind of a tangent there, but if you're playing the HD version, take a look at that. They really do have different like models of the characters' faces, and so it can be hard to see what they're feeling or whatever, particularly with the lower
in a brief
models.
cutscene, like that.
Okay, so this is where we get to one of my favorite scenes of what we played this week between Seymour and Waka here, right? Waka is becoming increasingly agitated at the Crusaders and at their use of Machina, and the fact that they're teaming up with the Al Bhed for this operation. That really pisses him off.
Oh yeah.
It's against the teachings of Yevon. Like, he's so mad about it, right? He keeps talking about it. And both Yuna and Seymour in this scene basically explain the same thing.
Well, like we're all doing our best.
They're doing
we're
their
all
best.
Trying,
they're really trying to defeat sin here. They're not doing this to defy the teachings of Yevon. They're doing this because they don't want their kids to be destroyed by sin.
Yeah.
And, he's not, like, accepting that answer. He's kind of shaking that off, but...
Well, that is the answer.
Yeah.
That's in Japanese. There's a saying. It goes, "Minna ishokenmei ikiteru," something like that. And it's like we're all trying to live together in the world. Everyone's trying to do their best. Like, okay, fine.
Yeah, it's basically what they're trying to say. And Seymour comes up, and actually, I really like what he says to Arn. He's like, Lord Arn, or whatever he calls him. What have you been doing these past 10 years? And he's just like, I have nothing to say about it. And he's like, walks away.
He just leaves.
Yeah.
So he's disrespecting Seymour.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah, good to know.
And then he starts talking to Waka there.
Yes, and it's fascinating because Waka, it seems like Waka is the only one who's like
concerned about it.
We shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
So, and it's like, oh goodness, Waka, if only there was a master.
I guess her, Shilinda and Waka.
Oh yes, sure, her too. Yeah, she has big concerns. Oh, Waka, if only there was one of the leaders of your church present to condemn the situation. Oh, look, here's Seymour. Oh, he's leading the operation. That's interesting. And so you can see with Waka, he's just incredulous at how he's like, what am I hearing? Yuna and Seymour and Kinnock and all of these people are here and they're all condoning this. They all think this is okay. It's like when you, how does it go? When everyone else is crazy except for you, consider the possibility that you're the one that is entertaining views that are not in line with everyone else. So it's like, maybe you're the one who's wrong.
Yeah, exactly, right? So he asks him, isn't this operation against the teachings of Yevon? Aren't you going to stop them? And Seymour's like, it's true, I should. However, both the Crusaders and the Al Bhed truly wish peace for Spira. This operation was born from that wish they share. Although it may be sacrilege to Yevon, their intentions are pure, and I, Seymour Guado, the person, not the Maester of Yevon.
Yes, he's like, as a person. Yeah, I'm not here in an official capacity. And it's like, you can't separate those two. You are what you are. Come on.
Yeah. As a denizen of Spira, I wish them well in their endeavor. Yeah. But using Machina, that's bad, isn't it? And I love this. Pretend you didn't see them.
Oh my gosh, and the next line is even better. Because he's like, what? Because he can't believe that, like, this is like a cardinal of the Catholic Church, or this is like the high priest leader is telling you to pretend you didn't hear what they just said, and he goes, how could I? But I, and what does Seymour say right after that?
Yeah, so he's like, beg your pardon, but that's not something a maester should say. He's like, then pretend I didn't say it.
Then pretend I didn't say it. That's so good. Oh my gosh, so you're getting that Seymour, as the leader of the organization, is very much okay with stepping outside of the bounds of his official capacity and even doing the, what would you call?
Exploring the boundaries.
He is exploring the boundaries, which is not what so the people in the center can go explore the boundaries, but the leaders who keep the center they're not supposed to be the ones.
They're supposed to hold to the tradition.
Yes, it's some of the other people that bring to them the value from the outside. Mm-hmm. But when the center themselves, and
they get to choose
the head of the center
to incorporate it or
goes
not.
To the edge. Yeah. Now you're in a weird situation, right? Where the head and the body, it's basically a decapitation, right? The head is now residing in the edges and the body is still here in the center. And it's like, okay, now we have something that cannot survive. This cannot live.
This doesn't work.
Right? Unless You just pretend you didn't see it.
Yep.
And you pretend he didn't say it.
Well, he offered a very valid explanation. And the fact
very
that,
much so.
that Waka couldn't
This is
accept
so
that,
strange.
he's just like, okay, then just pretend that
Yes.
it's not there.
Because what do you disagree with that Seymour said during this whole scene?
Not one thing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
But is there something weird about him?
Sure, yeah.
You see him, and maybe it's because I played a lot of Kingdom Hearts, right? And this guy looks like the freaking Organization
That's
13
true.
people.
That's true, yeah.
This is a
He looks like a
typical
villain.
Tetsuya Nomura design, right?
Yeah.
He looks like Ansem. He looks like those characters, right?
Yeah.
And so, and the hair and the way his shirt being cut all the way down is what he's wearing, and he has a bow in the front.
Yep.
I didn't even realize that.
And
I'm
his
like,
tattoos on his
who
chest.
thought of this? This is very, very interesting character design.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means. But he lives on the edge. I would say that's what it means.
Mm-hmm.
He is someone who explores the edge, the fringe. He isn't. The way he dresses, the way his hair is, he is not one of the conservative, normative people that reside in the
Yeah,
center.
the other maesters.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone else, they got their long flowing robes, and he doesn't have that at all. And so he's clearly of a different sort. Kind of, in fact, who did I mention? The people who live on the fringes. They're the people with tattoos and
Yep.
blue. I think I said blue
Blue
hair.
hair and tattoos.
I think I said piercings.
That's
I don't know if he
Seymour.
has a piercing, but either way,
Seymour
he
is
clearly
like-
is that kind of person. So I think
he's-
that's what
he's
his
like
wardrobe
a punk
is saying.
maester, dude.
He's the punk maester. He's the cool maester that all the kids can. But anyways, there's something off about him. But what he is saying is what Titus is saying.
Yeah.
Everything he's saying is what Titus is saying,
Yeah.
except when he says something like, pretend you didn't hear that, right? That's like what officials do to threaten people.
Yeah.
That's different, right? Titus is saying it and whatever, I don't care if you tell the whole world. But the fact that Seymour is doing this in secret and he wants it to stay in secret, that is what I think gives the strange vibes with him. And he's trying to steal our girl.
Yeah, that pisses off.
Titus is
right?
not okay with that.
He even says at the end of this, like, I didn't like him, but what he was saying made a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
At the end.
Well,
of
there
the
you
scene.
go. So
Yeah.
that narration kind of hammers home the
Yeah.
visual that you see.
Yeah. So, anyways, I really like that scene. It's good.
Yep.
Okay.
We also find out around this point where why Waka still had Chapu's sword.
Yes.
Is that later
because,
on?
Yeah. You
Okay.
basically approach some Machina weapons,
Yeah.
or Albad cannons, I guess.
Yeah.
I think it's a little further down because I have some notes
We
before
can,
that.
we can bring it up in a minute.
I can't remember.
That's my next note.
Yeah, it's further down. So,
Okay.
but that is coming up. Yeah. So first, you actually meet with Luzu further down the road, right? And he's arguing with
this
Gata
one. Yeah, this one's
about
interesting.
wanting to fight on the front lines.
Because
And-
Gata was not assigned to. He was assigned to a supporting role.
yeah, to
way
guard
back.
the base camp, basically.
Yeah. So he's not a combatant. He doesn't have a combatant role.
And he's pissed. He's like, no, I came from Besaid all this way to
Yeah.
fight Sin. That's why I came here. You know that. You recruited me for that purpose. I'm fighting Sin.
Yeah.
And he's like, nope, this is an order, and you got to do it. You got to guard the command center. And he's furious about that. He kind of runs off, right?
Yep.
And so Titus is like, hey, he deserves better than this. Like, come on. And Luzu's like, basically, it is what it is. But then he decides to confess to Waka, knowing that he's going to be fighting against Sin, and knowing what that likely will result in.
Yeah.
He decides to
People
confess.
who fight Sin tend to not make it.
Yes, he decides to confess something to Waka here.
Yeah, this
That
was
he was the one who convinced Chapu to join the Crusaders. He helped him enlist.
Yeah.
And Waka punches him in the face.
Punches. I didn't know how Waka would respond, because we know Waka. Like, he can
Yeah.
be hot-headed when it comes to this kind of stuff, I guess. But other than this, he's such a relaxed kind of guy.
Yeah.
But I didn't quite foresee him punching Luzu, but I knew he'd be upset.
Yeah. Lulu tries to stop Luzu from confessing at all.
Yes.
Like, don't say it.
Because what's also revealed here is that Lulu knew this the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
That Lutsu told Lulu some time back. And so Waka was the one who didn't really know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lutsu's the reason why Chapu died.
Yep.
Well, Chapu's the reason
In
why
a way.
Chapu
Chapu's
died.
the reason.
But
Chapu
Lutsu
died.
facilitated Chapu's decision
Yeah.
to go do something that has, I think, a 100% chance of dying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he says, what Chapu used to say to me, this is Waka speaking,
Yeah.
that once we won the cup, once we're done with Blitzball, he was going to propose to Lulu. And then one day he just goes off and joins the Crusaders like that. You know, that's what was because of you, right?
Yeah.
And I love what Lusu says in response to that. Chapu also said to me that being with your girl is good, but keeping sin far away from her is better. So again, this is talking to the hearts of Crusaders.
Yep.
Crusaders who are excommunicated and condemned by Yevon. They are knowingly going to die against sin because they're trying to protect the people they love.
Yep.
These people are sacrificing more than anyone else in the world.
Yeah.
That's how willing they are for a better future in this world. While the Church of Yevon does nothing other than
Well, they do the summoner stuff.
the summoner pilgrimage.
Yeah.
That gives them a few years break. These people want to permanently kill this thing.
Yeah.
We've got to find out how to end this.
Yes.
And the church has not done it in 1,000 years. So we're going to put everything on the line, right?
Right.
So I like that. Then Chapu was that kind of person.
And I was thinking they just had guns and cannons, but they actually had a pretty interesting weapon.
Like a
as
laser
well.
cannon.
Yeah. That was like, I don't know that they could have killed Sin, but if it was possible, that would have been the thing to do.
It was so close.
It was close.
Because you do see it like nearly penetrate
Yes.
Sin's shield. It was so close to working.
But I don't know if it would have killed Sin, but
Sure.
it certainly could have repelled him and done something,
Yeah.
right? It would have wounded
Yeah.
him in some way.
So then Yuna jumps in front of Lutzu as he's walking away, and she's like trying to convince him, like, you do not go.
Yeah.
And again, another great line from Aaron. Good foreshadowing here. Let him go. The man has already chosen his path, as you did when you became a summoner.
Oh,
And
gosh.
When she hears that, she then steps out of the way.
Yep.
She lets him go. And it's what Tita says here after that. It would be a long time before I ever really understood the reason why Yuna let Lutzu pass that day. So again, this is, I mean, I was kind of surprised on this playthrough to see how often they call to this.
Yeah.
And how long it takes to actually reveal it. But it's just like they're really hammering this point home.
Yep.
But it's good stuff. Then we come to the scene where Waka kicks the metal cannon with his sandals.
Oh, gosh.
He's got like bare feet
That was
with sandals,
great.
and he kicks metal.
Oh, he's just so mad. So good.
But Titus says here he really hates them, huh? And this is really good line from Lulu. Chapu, he left the sword Waka gave him in Besaid, and he fought with an Albed Machina weapon instead. So that sword that Waka gave to us earlier, and remember she was like, oh, that's Chapu's sword.
That's Chapu's sword, yeah.
Right? Chapu chose not to use that sword. He chose to use a Machina weapon, which is against the teachings of Yevon.
Yep.
He didn't pray before leaving Besaid
Yes,
Island.
yeah.
He was a heretic, his brother, which drives home why Waka, I mean, he probably already was super devout, but why he is really, really dug in on his devoutness to Yevon.
Yeah.
Because my brother didn't do that, and look what happened to him.
Yes, exactly. yeah.
Right? So he tries to play that off. No, that's nothing to do with it. I just hate these sacrilegious contraptions. But yeah, it's the reason.
That's the
Chapu's death has definitely influenced his devoutness.
And this was a comment we got on episode 3 and 4, I think, a little bit, was people mentioning, we didn't bring it up till we got to this point, of course, but mentioning that this is the reason why Waka still has the sword. This is the reason why him giving it to Titus. It's also saying that Chapu never used it.
Yeah.
Right. It all kind of comes back to this point, and so we finally get here.
Yeah. Okay, so then you approach basically the cliff and then the beach where they're actually going to have this battle.
And then there's there's their camp and stuff, and they have crazy stuff. Like you see them wheeling in these huge monsters in these triangular
Sin spawn.
cages.
Yep.
And then one of them goes into another bigger cage and then gets destroyed.
Because they're trying to put them in, they're going to try to coax Sin out by herding the Sin spawn and gathering a bunch of Sin spawn into one place because it comes for its spawn, right?
I don't know how this keeps happening, but we watched Nausicaa of the Valley of the Winds.
Yes.
And, I don't need to say any more, but that was our Patreon thing for this month.
Yeah.
And once again, just like with Cowboy Bebop and previously with Arrival,
Yeah.
there is some
Parallels.
There's lots of parallels here. Lots of parallels.
Join our Patreon if you'd like to see
Yes, please
our
do.
analysis of Nazca the Valley Wind and Cowboy Bebop and Arrival, which are available. Let's see here. Yeah, so Waka is saying, this isn't going to work anyway. And again, Yuna's trying to be like, don't say that. Like, even if it's hopeless, and even if it means they're defying Yevon, like the Crusaders and the Albed, they're doing their best to defeat sin. Just kind of hammering that point home, right? They want to be rid of sin forever.
Yes.
And that's what we want too, isn't it? And he's like, fine, you know. But I still think Machina are bad news. It's forbidden for a reason. Oh, here's an important thing. So there's a choice that you can kind of make here between Gata and Lutsu.
Oh, yeah, when you come to the camp. Yes.
Yeah. So you can either convince Gata to disobey his orders to guard the camp and to go fight on the front lines. Or you can tell him not to do that and to do what he's told.
Yeah.
The result of that will decide whether Gata or Lutsu survives the battle. So if you tell him go out there and fight, then Gata dies in the battle and Lutsu survives. If you don't, then Gata survives, Lutsu dies. So I don't know. I don't know if people knew that, but I think either way, it hits home either way. I feel like either way really works. I feel like maybe the expected or the canon way is that Lutsu dies and Gata gets like traumatized by this
because
battle.
the canon would be that we tell him to stay and not to go.
Right.
That makes sense for the canon.
Yeah, because Aaron says to him, because he's being all despondent, like, please check your weapons, you know, with this person and proceed into the camp. It's like, hey man, like, this is important too.
Jobs
what you're
are
doing.
important. Yeah.
And he's like, no, I want to fight on front lines. And Aaron's like, if you want to prove yourself, first you have to complete the tasks you're given.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of pointing you towards trying to dissuade Gata to go fight.
Yeah.
But, you know, either way, I think it works really well. It's still, it really hits hard either way. Because, you know, you've been following these guys along the path, you know, you like them.
Yeah.
So it's sad to lose one of them. But the real important stuff here is the interactions between Aaron and Keenock.
Yeah.
So Aaron knows him from his previous pilgrimage with Braska.
Yeah. In fact, when Aaron first sees him, Aaron's like, no way. You're a maester
That's
of
crazy.
Yevon?
Yeah.
That's so funny. He's just like, can't believe it.
Yeah. And I really liked that Keenock comes up to him and like hugs him.
Yes.
he like just bear hug embraces him
yeah.
like, Aaron, like, you know. But Aaron doesn't seem to like really like Keenock that much.
No, yeah.
So it's kind of an interesting thing. It's like Keenock has all this respect for him and likes him, but he's really suspicious of Keenock, particularly now that he's a maester.
Yeah.
Again, good foreshadowing happening here.
There is. He's very curious about Aaron.
Yeah.
Aaron isn't so curious about him other than how did you trick everyone to letting you become a maester of Yevon?
Yeah.
And he's just like, oh yeah, some years back, things just fell into place for me and I was able to step up. And
Yeah, things change in 10 years kind of a thing.
yeah. And Aaron leaves, but on Aaron's way out, Keenock asks him, so have you seen Xanarkand?
This is really big one. This is a really big one.
And Aaron just stops for a minute, doesn't say a word, and
walks away.
Keeps going. But it's like, what do we say about this?
Well, I think we will touch on it in the spoiler section in a minute. But here's what I think we can say.
Either way, we know Aaron was with Titus 1,000 years ago.
Yes.
But also, what's the deal with
But
that?
also, even from the context that we already have with Yuna in the scene where she talks about the final summoning, we know that the final summoning, the end of the pilgrimage, takes you to Xanarkand.
To Xanarkand, yeah.
Right?
To
and
the modern...
Braska and Aaron and Jekt obviously went to Xanarkand and summoned the final Aeon and defeated Sin.
Yes.
So Keenock would know this. So Keenock asking you, have you seen Xanarkand, is an interesting question. Because Sin was defeated.
Everyone knows Braska.
He had to have gone to Xanarkand.
There's statues of Braska everywhere.
Yes.
Everyone knows that he went to Xanarkand.
Right. So
With
obviously he's referring to, in some way, the Xanarkand Titus is from.
Yes.
Yes.
So he knows, however Auron got to Tidus's Zanarkand in the beginning of the game, Keenock knows, and it's something Auron doesn't want people to know.
Yes.
Because he's the link between those two worlds, right?
Because
and that's why Tidus was so mad at him. Like,
all these
this is your
people-
fault, right? You're the one who's
yeah.
going, jumping time back and forth. What's your deal? How are you doing this? Take me back.
Yes. And what's interesting is that the only answer Auron has given, because people keep asking, where have you been all these 10 years? What have you been doing? His only answer is, I've been fulfilling a promise to a friend, which I am still doing. I'm doing that now.
Yep,
So
that's right.
And of course, he told Tidus earlier, Jecht told me to come watch over
Yeah, he's like,
you.
why did you bring me? Well, Jack, yeah.
So there's a lot of things going on here, but I really put a pin in that particular line from Keenock. Have you seen Zanarkand?
Yeah.
And ask yourself what he's really asking, because it doesn't make sense for him to be asking, have you seen the current time Zanarkand, which is where the final summoning happens? Obviously, he would know that he's been there.
Yes.
So he's asking about Tidus's Zanarkand. Okay. What else did I put here? Oh, he also leads the warrior monks of Yevon and commands the Crusaders.
Yep.
So we talked about that a little bit
So
earlier.
so it seems like the four maesters of
Yeah.
Yevon each have specific responsibilities. These ones do this or that. Keenock is the one, you're over the military and foreign affairs kind of stuff, and then they're all over different aspects. Whereas Master Micah would be the one who administers for the formal religion.
Yeah, in the government, probably,
Yeah.
yeah. So Keenock also says to Auron here, this plan won't work. You know that. We'll just let them dream a little longer. So he knows this is doomed to fail.
Yes.
And,
now,
and
I
Seymour,
would say, though, that everyone knows this is doomed to fail.
to some extent,
It's
yes.
been 800 years. The
I mean, they
Crusaders
wouldn't
have been
be
trying.
at all if they didn't have some lot, like, we haven't tried this yet. Maybe this will work.
Fair enough, yes.
It's particularly the Albed, who just like are totally disassociated from Yevon at all.
Yeah.
The Crusaders are tied, but not Albed, right?
Yeah.
They're really on the fringes of this
Right,
society.
yes.
They're really trying stuff
They're
no one's
pushed
tried
all the
before.
way to the edge, yeah.
So, I mean, their technology is way beyond even what the Crusaders use.
Right, yeah, true.
So,
And they keep searching the chaos to find more technology
Yes.
to then,
Right,
yeah.
to try
that's
and
That's
defeat
what
some.
they are, that's what they do.
So, but Seymour kind of checks Keenock for saying that out loud. He's like, Master Keenock,
Yeah.
like, you're saying too much here.
Yeah.
Stop, please. Okay.
It's so funny because you look at Keenock's character and he just has the friendliest look about him.
Yes.
He's got that smile, he's a little chubbier, he's just,
Yeah.
he looks like just such a friendly guy with friendly eyes.
Yeah. And if you talk to Walker here, he's like, with them here, it's like Yevon authorizes the whole operation.
I know,
So
Waka
mad.
is at a crisis.
Yeah. So anyways, they've gathered all these sin spawn. They start like harming them or getting them to cry out or whatever. Sin arrives and the battle begins. And our party fights a couple of these larger sin spawn bosses
Yeah.
while that battle's happening on the beach. And this is a really good FMV. They kind of charge down to fight the sin spawn on the beach. Sin like slowly approaches it, puts this big shield up over it.
Yes.
And then it just completely obliterates
I couldn't believe
everybody on that beach.
We do not, like, we watched Sin destroy a city by just sucking it all up at the beginning
Yeah.
of the game. And yet this scene is like, I have not seen this kind of power.
Yeah.
Like this, Sin is just on a different level.
Yeah.
Completely different level. Everybody that's fighting, it's just like boom, like disintegrated.
Yeah.
Just like turned to dust.
I wrote, how the fetch did Lucille survive fighting on that beach? She's one of the
Oh,
Chocobo
yes.
Knights who
Yes,
she charges.
and that Chocobo. Yeah,
and
you're
she's
right.
still alive after this battle. So I don't know
she
what
got
happened
lucky.
there.
She
'Cause
was hiding behind
everybody
someone.
got fetching just disintegrated into
I
nothing.
know. It was hard to believe that anybody survived at all in any way, But also the beast in the cage escapes, right? So we have to fight it. And so their attempt to subdue a beast backfired as it escaped their grasp and was turned back against the Crusaders. Now we killed it, of course, but this is a microcosm of the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Like you're trying to subdue something that cannot be subdued.
Right.
And the inevitability is that it'll be turned on you, right?
Right.
Sin's design, by the way, we get a really good look at him here.
Yep.
He has a city on his back.
Yeah, there's like ruins.
There are
There's, like,
buildings, tall
on him.
buildings on his back. I don't know what to make of that, really, other than this is something that just turns things inside out and then represents them in a screwed up way. I don't know. It's unsettling, though. Everything about him looks... I don't even know what he looks like. Like, some people say he looks like a whale, and I'm like, kind of, yeah, little.
Yeah.
But also no. And also he kind of changes what he looks like a lot. Like, he looks like whatever he needs to look like at any given moment.
Yeah, I wonder...
It's so interesting.
I wonder if, like, with each end of a calm, if, like, sin comes back and is, like, different.
Yeah, I don't know if he
way.
looks the same each time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's just... And he gets this shield on him, or he's either gooey or he's, like, metal looking almost.
Yeah.
It's interesting. But... it reminds me of Godzilla, basically.
Yes.
This whole scene is like Godzilla. Anytime you watch a Godzilla movie and the government shows up with their airplanes and their guns and their tanks, you're just like, they're all going to die. And you know it. You know Godzilla is going to use laser beams or something crazy that you don't even know he's capable of until he does it. And then you're just like, what in the world? And it wipes everyone out and everyone's thrown. I think this is a pretty clear reference to Godzilla, the way this battle goes, and sin just in general.
Yep.
Like anytime, especially when they get that big energy cannon and they're just like blasting sin with it. And it's like, they're so close. I was watching this Godzilla movie, the Netflix Godzilla. I think it's an anime, but it's got some CG kind of aspect to it too. It's pretty well done. There's 3 of them. In the second one, this kind of thing happens where they trap Godzilla and they get him into this place and they flood it with like hot lava, and he's just like, they totally like, they kill him. They killed Godzilla. And then a power that no one knew Godzilla had all of a sudden begins to emerge. And before you know it, Godzilla is just like destroying everything around him. He is hotter than the magma around him. Like he becomes like the sun and they can't even abide, and like he just destroys, and he launches these laser cannons out of his back spines or whatever. It's just like it's almost over the top ridiculous, but at the same time that is Godzilla. Like the idea is you cannot contain this, and you're the machina kind of thing. The idea of machina in general is like, well, Godzilla came out because the atom bomb testing and all of the government experiments and the technology
mutated.
Yeah. Where it's like, okay, science progressed to where we could split an atom. Good job. Now you have Godzilla. So, like, maybe your machine ideas aren't really the natural way of humanity, right? And that's sort of, in some way, that's what Godzilla is trying to say. Sin, it's almost the exact same thing, right? And he comes from the ocean, and he steps up, and you're so close to killing him, and then boom, he's got laser cannons and a force field, and you didn't know that, you know?
Yep.
And that's why I'm saying, even if their energy cannon was able to somehow penetrate and hit Sin, he would have had another trick up his sleeve.
Sure.
Like somehow you cannot physically destroy
I
this
feel
being.
like that was almost like the point being made here. It's like as close as you think you might get.
Yeah.
What Yuna said earlier, the final Aeon is the only way. It's the only way to defeat Sin.
Yes.
You can't kill this thing.
Right.
As hard as you try, you can't do it. You just can't kill Sin. He will always come back with something you didn't expect, or some power.
Something. He'll shift forms.
You cannot kill Sin.
Yeah.
And so, it's like they felt like they were so close, and then just nope. Can't kill Sin. But I really did I got some FF7 vibes when Seymour fights with your party here.
Yeah, once again, man.
Yeah.
His MP is through the roof, by the way. He's got like 10 times more than, because anyways, that was really good. But like, Seymour's fighting in your party. I don't know. It's fascinating. The way that they play Seymour, it's not how I remember it at all from the first time I played it. And I'm playing it now, and I'm just like, we'll find out more about Seymour later, but like, it's so interesting. Everything that is going on is like, I don't disagree with anything he's doing or anything he's saying at the moment.
Right. Yeah.
It's fascinating.
Yeah.
Kind of can tell just through his eyes. You're just like, I don't know if I can trust him.
Something just doesn't quite feel right about Seymour. Yeah, but you get a kind of a taste of how powerful he is.
He's like 1,000 MP.
Through the gameplay system, right?
Yeah,
I really like it when games do that.
Yeah, it was cool.
We've talked endlessly about how they did that with Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
And they do that to a lesser extent, but still pretty cool. I was talking with my patrons about this while I was streaming. It's like, he doesn't seem nearly as strong
No,
as Sephiroth.
it's not the one hit,
Yeah.
10,000 damage.
Right. And it's like his magic is level 2 magic.
Oh, okay,
Sephiroth's
sure.
was
Yeah,
level
yeah.
3 magic.
Okay, yeah, like the Aga.
And it's like, at this point in the game on a casual playthrough, you probably don't have level 2 magic yet, but you're not that far away from getting it.
Right.
At this point in the game, I did have it. So
Okay.
Lulu had the same spells that...
So he's just marginally ahead, but
He has more magic attack power,
yes.
and he's like overkilling
and
everything.
he has just MP through the roof.
Yes,
But,
and-
but his HP isn't that much higher, and yeah.
One thing I didn't consider, because I didn't do it in my playthrough, is if you let him get his overdrive can just wipe this boss out in
don't think I
basically
did.
one move.
Oh,
It's
really?
really powerful overdrive.
Huh,
Yeah.
interesting.
So they do
it
have
didn't
ways
even
of
occur to
showing,
me to do that.
like, he's at a level above us. He's not like Sephiroth to Cloud
I know
above
that
us,
was a pretty big difference.
but he's above us. He's
Yeah.
more powerful than us, for sure.
Clearly.
And also when he did his summoning and
Oh, that was such a good reveal.
Yeah, right.
That was the best way to reveal his level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, so at the end of this, Tidus kind of wakes up on the beach, and if Gata, he'll either be dead and his body will just be there, lying there, dead and lifeless, or he'll be like all PTSD, like, like, what do I do? Oh, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? He's like losing his mind, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And as he sees that effect happening on him, he just gets angry, and he just goes running after Sin. He just swims after him.
Yes.
And
yes.
I really liked this. I like the music they use
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I forgot because I'm like, because you often will see people, like, maybe not often, but occasionally I've seen a moment where a boat's sailing away and somebody's trying to swim, and it's like,
Yeah.
it's funny, or it's not funny, it's hopeless, and it's like they're getting nowhere because you can't swim in water and the waves just push you back,
Mm-hmm.
But I forgot how good Tidus is at swimming, and he's like
Yes.
faster than a shark, and he can hold his breath for 20 minutes.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh, okay, well, this could be interesting.
Yeah, he might actually be able to make chase, right?
Oh, I thought it was going to be one of those with like Samwise, where he's like, "I'm coming with you, Frodo,"
And he's
then he's drowning, but he's doing his best, But I'm like,
Yeah.
I just forgot who Tidus was for a minute,
Yes.
and how freaking adept he is at swimming.
Yes.
But yeah, he just takes off, and he's just screaming, and he is so upset. This is the first time he's seen Sin, knowing who Sin is.
Who Sin is, right?
According to Orin, he claims he doesn't believe it,
But
he
this shows he
clearly
does.
believes it.
This
Clearly
shows, this
believes it.
action shows he does
Yes.
believe it.
And he's just like, okay, my dad's Sin. Why is he murdering everybody? Like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
Why is this happening?
Yeah.
Oren talks to us a little bit later about some of this stuff, but there's a moment here where Tidus kind of loses consciousness a little bit, right? He passes out, and I think they say something about Sin's toxin or something, but
Yeah.
we get a bit of a vision.
Yeah, I wanted to get your take on this.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
there's two parts
I've
to
got
it.
stuff to say about that.
The first part of it, you see some ghostly figures kind of walking around or in and out of a place.
Yeah.
It's like a blue
And you can recognize some of
trees
them.
and some
Yes, I've
city
got-
in the distance and things like that.
Yes.
And then, of course, the purple hooded boy comes out,
Yes.
kind of like shakes his head, moves aside, and a blitzball flies at his face.
Yes,
So I wanted to get
yeah.
your take on that part of the scene first.
I would completely spoil the entire game if I told you what, and in ways people I don't think even realize yet
Okay.
as to what exactly that
Why
dream
don't we
means.
do
Even
this?
people who've played it before may not have understood what that dream means.
Why don't we do this?
Because I can say one thing here.
Okay.
The way the trees look, everything within this dream, look at that tree. Look at how it's designed.
Yeah.
This will come back into play in Jose Temple. And I have it in my notes here because we were supposed to get up to Jose Temple, and we didn't, it seems.
That's fine.
But I kind of would rather bring this up in relation to
Jose
Jose
Temple.
Temple
Okay.
and some of the symbolism we see in Jose Temple,
Okay.
which, well, it's similar.
Okay.
But we'll talk about that there, and then I can really fill in the gaps on what
Okay.
this really
So
is
we'll
saying.
return to that part of the vision next time.
Yeah.
Early next time, because Jose
Yes.
Temple will be basically the first thing we talk about.
Perfect.
The second part is a flashback to Tidus' childhood when he's saying like, "Oh, they say you don't practice anymore. They say you're drinking too much."
You
They
don't
say
see
you're
his
gonna
dad, by the way.
retire." No.
We just hear.
Yeah. And Jekt is saying like, "Well, let him talk, like, I'm still the best," right?
Yeah.
And he's like,
He says tokubetsu in Japanese. He says, I'm still special.
yeah. And, obviously he has a drinking problem, is what this is saying.
Yes,
right?
clearly. And Titus, brings it up directly. He's like, so do you think,
They say
you
that
drink
you
too
drink
much.
too much and that you're going to retire soon. He's like, I can quit whenever I want. Like,
yes. And I love that.
And he's like, then do it.
Then do it right now.
Yeah.
And
He's like, what did you say? He's like, you said you can. Like, you said you could quit now.
so do it.
Well,
I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is his thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
what was the line? I wrote it down. Why do today what you can leave for tomorrow?
Now, how can you imagine that anyone with that mindset became a successful professional athlete?
They have to be exceptionally talented. The type of person who's a prodigy and who it came naturally to their whole life. And so, I mean,
they
still
would
hard
still
work.
not
still
make it to
hard
the
work.
top,
but
right?
I feel like there have been some people like this. But once they get
Like
to the
maybe
top,
Wilt
they
Chamberlain
don't
or something.
fulfill their potential a lot of times because they've always been so naturally gifted and it always came so easy that or they've been at the top so long, there's no longer
yeah.
really a challenge and they kind of fall into some problems. That's kind of how I feel about what's going on with Jecht. It's like Jecht reached this level that he's the Michael Jordan of Zanarkand.
Yes.
Like we've talked about before. And it's like nobody can beat him. Nobody can challenge him. Like when there's no challenge, when there's no conflict in your life, we talked about the storytelling too. When there's no conflict in a story, it's boring.
Yeah.
There's nothing to aspire to. There's no higher level to go. So like, what do you do? It's like, this is boring now. There's like no point to it.
Yeah.
So falling into like a drinking habit like this would be natural for somebody who feels like
Sure.
there's no challenge left and that he's the best and nobody can beat him.
Right.
Right? But it's starting
it's
to
almost
affect
depressing once you get to that point.
Yeah, it's
That's
starting.
remember I made that video about One Punch Man?
Yes.
It basically confronts this exact idea.
Yeah, One Punch Man is great.
And how One Punch Man, he's the strongest one punch every enemy, but his life is just so depressing.
Yes.
And it's so like mundane and
Yes.
boring.
Nothing's
Yeah.
a challenge.
That's a fair
Right?
analogy.
I really like One Punch Man. I
Yeah,
haven't seen
that's great.
season 2. I only saw the first season. But
Yeah.
anyways, I thought it was a really brilliant anime, particularly because of this.
Yeah.
What it's highlighting here is like without something to aspire to or work on or feeling like
conflict or-
there's somewhere I can
to
improve,
go, yeah.
there is no point.
Yeah.
And it's really depressing and hard to like live feeling like I can't go any higher than this.
Mm-hmm.
There's no conflict left. It takes
Rocky 3,
all the purpose
Rocky 3
out.
does this too.
Yeah.
It's where Mick is telling Stallone, it's like, you don't have the eye of the tiger anymore.
Yeah.
You can't fight the big guys because he's been the top for so long. you know?
Yeah. Exactly. I think that's basically what happened
Yeah.
to Jecht, right?
Oh, fair enough. I can get
So-
that. I can get that.
Anyways, he's not going to work on his drinking problem. And
No.
I really like the way they pay this off later
I
with
know,
Oren.
I
We'll
know.
talk about that next
we'll
episode.
get there later.
But
just remember.
remember that this
Yeah.
bothered Titus, the
Yes.
child, that his father was a drunk.
Yep.
He has this idea of his father as this bad guy,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sure his alcoholism, is a big reason for that.
Yeah.
And he would not quit when his son asked him to quit.
Yeah.
He would not do it for his family.
Yeah.
And what we learn, the reason why he does do it later, I'm sure that would piss Titus off so bad. Right? So, anyway, I really like that scene because it's setting up something really great for the next episode.
Yep.
The last couple things I just wanted to talk about on the beach. Keenock and Oren have an exchange.
Oh, yeah,
Wait a minute. First, Titus says, I thought I sensed my old man there somewhere, or maybe it was just Sin's toxin playing tricks on my mind.
exactly.
How many died today? People die and Yuna dances because she's sending people on
She
the
was
beach.
sending on the beach, yeah.
When will she stop dancing? When will it stop?
Yep.
I feel like this whole scene did a really good job of establishing Sin cannot be killed. This is the severity of this problem
Yeah.
and what they have to live with all the time. Which again they set up with the girl and her mom on Mihan High Road, and him being like, "Is it really worth it if Sin just keeps coming back?"
Yeah.
It's like yes, because any break at all from what you just watched is like priceless to us.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So I think they really did a good job of paying that off there. Now, Oren then says to Keenock, a swift retreat. Satisfied? The king's like, what do you mean? Because he had told him earlier, let's let them dream a little longer.
The
we
plan
know that
was
this
to
isn't
fail.
actually going to succeed.
Yeah, the plan was to kill a bunch of people.
And Aaron says, those who turned from Yevon died while the faithful lived on.
Yeah.
This is the reason why Yevon tolerates the Crusaders.
Right. It's almost like an example.
Anyone out there who is not devout will be funneled into the Crusaders, and they can just all go get killed by sin. And will separate the wheat from the tares.
Yes, so to speak, yeah.
That's what Yevon is doing. They're separating and killing off anyone who does not follow the teachings and is devout to Yevon.
So it's like they're using sin as though it were a lion in a Roman Colosseum.
Yes.
Right? And they're just like, throw all of the excommunicated people into the Colosseum and watch them be eaten.
They maintain their power.
Yeah.
And anyone who begins to rebel, they can be funneled into the arm of the church, which is the Crusaders, to go get wiped out, and then they can keep control over the people.
That's true. That's true, because that would stamp out any potential rebellion.
Yes.
Because anybody who questions their teaching would move that direction.
That is the reason they incorporated the Crusaders into the church. So, pretty heavy stuff there, the implication.
Yeah.
So anyways, Seymour tries to encourage Una a little bit here. He talks about Unalesca, who was an ancient summoner, right? You rely on me as Unalesca did to Lord Zayon, which is, we'll learn more about Unalesca and Zayon a little later, but again, he's making some advances.
Yes. He
Una
says
here.
something like, let me be your pillar. What was it?
Yeah, pillar of strength.
Be your pillar of strength. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's not a straightforward confession, but it's a subtle one, but you know what it means, right?
Yeah, right.
You know what's going on here.
Okay, and then my last note for just for today, before we move into spoilers. Aaron says to Titus, sin is Jack, he came here for you.
Yes.
And Titus says, so he killed all those people just for a chance to see me. And Aaron says, that's what sin does, and he wanted you to know that, right? Do you know why? And how am I supposed to know? He's deflecting. He's really trying not to accept this. and Aaron says, so you would kill him. As long as he is sin, Jecht will keep killing. He wants you to stop him. So this is the reason Aaron went to Titus' Zanarkand and brought him here.
Yeah.
It's because Jecht became sin and wanted his son to stop him. Okay, so he's basically saying, Jecht wants you to kill him, right? And then Titus is saying, oh, I'm not done talking to you, like, don't run away or whatever. And Aaron's response, you're the one running.
You're the one running.
Because you're the one trying to deny that sin is Jecht and all this stuff I'm telling you. So I really like that response. Anyways, that's the end of what we're going to cover for this episode. Next time, we'll go all the way up through Guadalsalam.
Yes.
We may even go a little past that, because I don't know if there's enough info in all of it.
There's a
lot of Jose,
much info
there's a lot of Jose
for me.
Temple. Okay, we'll probably go through Guadalsalam next time. We'll get up to that point. So,
I got a little more.
we're going to move on into our spoiler discussion now.
Okay.
So if you don't want to know spoilers, this is the time to click away from the video. Maybe return here after you finish the game. We have these time segmented, right, and time coded, so that you can come conveniently back to this point after you finish the game and watch these parts.
Section. Now, I want to avoid, for people who do just kind of see things in time, some of the things we bring up in the spoiler section, I still want us to bring them up again.
Yes,
later on,
we have done that so far.
That's good. I just want to make sure.
So yeah, know that like by the time we reach the point where it's revealed, we'll point back to earlier things. So here comes the spoilers. There's your warning. All right. So first thing I want to talk about is the Keenock line, because that's just fresh in my mind. Have you been to Zanarkand? So
yes.
The people, the maesters in particular, they know about Dream Zanarkand.
Yeah, exactly. That's the place.
Yes.
And now people keep bringing this up, and that's fine. I don't care. It's not a critique. We are going to keep saying Titus went 1,000 years in the future. We're going to keep saying that.
Yes,
because that's what the game is telling you.
That's what you're supposed to believe at this point.
But we know that it was actually a contemporary place that Titus came from. That is held up by
a physical place.
Yes.
In the world of Spira, but that is being summoned.
That is summoned
by the faith.
tons of summoners that are withholding this whole city.
That are keeping the memory of the 1,000 years ago Xanarkand alive through a summoning process that is the same exact summoning process that Yuna uses for her Aeons.
Yes.
Dream Xanarkand is an Aeon. It's a giant freaking city Aeon that is maintaining the memory of Xanarkand from 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And it is physical. It is actually present in the world of spirit.
Now, we'll get into why it's there and how that all happens and how it works out with Tidus later. But when Keenock specifically asks Auron this, it seems that Keenock knows something particular about Auron.
Yeah.
And I don't know how exactly he knows this.
Yes.
But he can sense something.
He suspects that Auron has been to Dream Xanarkand.
Yes, for some reason.
Yes.
That's what he thinks, yeah.
It's too weird that no one knows anything about where you've been for 10 years. Where's the only place someone could go and be hidden from the world for 10 years?
For 10 years, especially someone as well known as Auron.
Yeah.
People know him, like he would have been discovered.
Have you seen Xanarkand?
He hasn't changed his clothes for 10 years.
Yes.
He's wearing the same thing. People would have recognized him.
Yeah.
And I know games do that. I'm not being critical.
Yeah. So, anyways, I really liked that.
Yeah, that was
a really nice little subtle foreshadowing sort of thing.
And you'll find out more about Auron and all that stuff later.
Let's see, what do we want to do first?
For the dream scene,
yes,
I just have now I said this before, but really, I say a ghostly scene plays out with a jagged, thorny tree. Remember the shape of this tree. Remember the shape of the thorns.
Because it's kind
just think about it.
Yeah.
And I got to bring this up at Josei Temple. I don't want to bring up all the connections, what it means. But those of you who've played the game, who maybe even still don't know what it means, which I would assume would probably be most of you, remember the curve and linear and just the thorny pattern of that tree. You're going to see that pattern again in Josei, and you have seen that pattern many times before elsewhere. And it means something very interesting and very cool. I don't want to bring it up until next episode, even though we're in the spoilery section.
Okay. You had another note about
Titus
and his father.
Titus and his father. Now, this is a bit speculative on my part.
Yes.
This isn't completely me saying, oh, this is what it means. So, you guys, I have a theory on Final Fantasy X. Please let me know what you think of this theory. Jecht wants Titus to kill him, right? Now, that's more or less what Auron said, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not reaching too far here. Jecht wants Titus to hate him. This may answer some of the questions I had earlier about Titus' memory of his father and how it does not align well with other people's experience of him. Now, knowing that Xanarkand is a dream, is a summon, knowing that kid ghost who keeps showing up and has been around us our entire life, knowing that all of this is being held up through the collective minds of the summoners, they want us to kill Jecht. Jecht wants us to kill Jecht. Is it possible that they have been influencing the way Titus was raised? They've been influencing the way Titus interprets things.
That's really interesting.
His whole life. They've been making it seem, they have been making him hate Jecht.
Yes, they
in a way no one else hates Jecht.
A father
except
and son
Titus,
who were going to come out.
Yes.
And they created a dynamic between them that would set this up.
Exactly.
That the
because
faith are doing this.
Like, the reason Auron doesn't want Titus to tell Yuna who Sin is because Yuna likes Jecht. Titus hates Jecht. In fact, the only reason Titus wants to see Jecht is to tell him that he hates him.
Yeah.
That is the motivation from his mother and from elsewhere, right? They set up a scenario with Titus' life to where he would be capable of killing his own father.
Yes.
And it's done on purpose. Now, tell me what you guys think about that. I don't know.
That's a really interesting thought. Yeah.
I haven't heard anyone say anything like that, because people have debated, whether or not maybe Titus's mother was also a bad mom, and that Titus, maybe he had a false memory or whatever. I don't know. But I submit the idea that the whole thing was a scenario set up in order to make sure that Titus hated his father. And that his memories are different.
This whole city and all these people in it, they are not like real people in the sense other than we've talked about faulty memory a lot in our last podcast, right?
Oh, yes.
With
Vagrant Story.
Vagrant Story.
Yeah.
These are people who are trying to continually, like every second of their lives
Yes, it's
currently,
taking all their energy.
to just remember the details of Xanarkand
Yeah.
in order to keep it sort of alive in a sense, in this summoning that they're doing. But they are the ones who create, because we talked about memory being a creative process.
Yes.
It's not a retrieval process, it's a
Right.
creative process.
And this was Square Enix made Vagrant Story. I'm just
Yes.
saying.
So they are creating the people in Spiro with their imagination
Yeah.
while trying to be true to the one they remember, but it's still a creation process.
Right.
So they create Titus, the faith.
And clearly,
Okay,
the
so-
kid who we're in
You
spoiler
have to pick
section,
a
so he's
favorite.
Bahamut, right?
Yeah.
That kid
Who would you pick?
is just walking in and talking to us
Oh my
in
God,
Dreams
give me a
Anarchy.
hug.
Yes.
He is one of the faith, but his job is separate, I guess, because he's the summon for Bahamut. And so he's not part, but he can come and go and influence things as he wish. And we know he's been there and he's been influencing Titus's life his entire life.
Yes.
That kid has been showing up saying, you don't have time to do this. Here, he was present during the moment where Jecht was telling Titus how he'll never be able to do the Jecht shot, right?
Yes.
But the boy was there the entire time and
Right.
was watching,
Right.
meaning he has influenced Titus's memories.
The
He's
faith-
influencing all of this.
The faith do want this to end.
Yes.
They are ready to stop the summoning of Dreams Anarkand. They're done. They're
Yeah.
tired. They want to rest. They want to die and be done with this. So it would make complete sense that they're trying to intentionally like
create a scenario.
where they can escape
Yeah.
having to be faith anymore.
Yes. Because they're kind of getting to their wits' end. You
Yeah.
know, it's 1,000 years is a long time to do anything.
Right.
But it seems, based on later game stuff, that people keep saying, "Hey, they're done doing this. They're
Yes.
done dreaming of this." So it would make sense to me that they've kind of created this situation.
Right. So that's a really cool thought.
Let me know what you guys think. Let
It's
me
a
know.
really cool
And
thought. I
I may
like
not
it.
be the only one who's ever thought of that. I just haven't read it in any of my research.
Yeah. Other thing, the last thing I was going to talk about was the calm periods and things.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Let me just pull up. So on page 49 of the FF10 Ultimadia, it takes a look at 3 high summoners between Unalesca and Braska, right? So it's detailing which summoners defeated Sin and when, like in the timeline. So this is Chocolate Rob who's sending this to me, right? He's kind of summarizing it.
Yeah.
You can get the years in which they defeated Sin. Unalesca was first 1,000 years ago. Next was Gandalf, 400 years ago. So the first time Sin was defeated was 1,000, the second time 400. There was a 600-year period in between that. Then Ohaland, 230 years ago. Yokun, 100 years ago, and then finally Braska, 10 years ago. So we have 10 to 100, that's a 90-year difference. 230 to 400, that's a 170-year difference. And then 400 to 1,000, a 600-year difference. So I think what a lot of people took from this is the first column was 600 years, then the second column was 170 years, the third column was 130 years,
Right.
and then the last column was 90 years, and now it's been 8 or something like that.
The only thought I have to that is why were the Crusaders created 800 years ago if that was in the middle of a 600-year
exactly right.
Okay,
Exactly
okay.
right. So this is
So
another
Sin
thing
was
where it's
likely the whole time.
like the calms were probably short,
Yeah, a couple of
but
years.
they just
5
couldn't
years.
defeat it for 600 years,
Yeah.
right? Exactly. That's another great point.
Okay.
So let's see. People are saying, or speculating that the calms are drastically shorter now, or that they're getting shorter for some reason. But anyways, the point being made here is that it's probably not that. If you think about why the Crusaders, 8 centuries, that's
Yeah.
between the 1,000 and 600.
So that was
400.
200 years after the first calm.
Right.
The Crusaders are like, we've had enough.
Right. So I think it's clear from
Yeah.
the way Una talks about it, from knowing that the Crusaders were founded 800-ish years ago,
Yeah.
in between when Unalesca and Gandalf defeated Sin,
Yeah.
and the fact that this society has not changed much at all in 1,000 years. It has not been given a
Blitzball,
chance
yeah,
to
everything's
advance.
the same. Yeah.
It indicates that the calms are very short.
Yeah.
and that sin has basically been terrorizing this civilization for 1,000 years with very short periods of relief. Therefore, they cannot change much. They cannot advance much because anytime they try to make an advancement, it just gets freaking destroyed. So, just wanted to make that point there. And again, we'll return to all these things again when they're no longer spoilers. But we just want to let you guys know, like, we know the things.
We know. And some of the foreshadowing and all that, it's
just...
I wish I could just say it all during the podcast, but that is the hardest thing about video game stuff, especially in a series, is trying to tiptoe around spoilers. That is the hardest thing.
It's really
because we're trying to analyze the art, but we can't even call attention to half of it because it's a spoiler. So it's like, oh, man.
All right, that's it for us. We'll see you guys again next week. Again, playing up to Guada Salam. We'll be talking a lot about Jose stuff, I guess. Probably mostly there.
Yeah, a lot.
But there's some really good stuff too with the Shoe Puff ride and.
Oh, the Shoe Puff ride's great, and then that city under the water. I actually have quite a few notes on that.
Yeah, so we have some good stuff for next week.
Yeah.
Till then, peace out. See you next time. Titus explains right away, oh, this is Riku.
She helped me.
Well, first he's like, she's an alba. He like almost blurts it out.
How Waka does not pick up on this is beyond me.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the State of the Arc podcast. My name is Mike.
My name is Kason.
We left off right at the end of Operation Mihen. We are going to be proceeding forth to the Jose Temple. But there's a quick scene.
Yes.
With Kimari.
With Kimari. He's tells us to smile, something like that. I actually can't remember exactly how the scene goes, but my note is with the text where he says, hey, the journey's rough, but try to smile. And Titus says, don't worry, be happy, right? Which is don't worry, be happy, which is the quote.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so Kimari's telling him not to worry so much or not to show concern or frown because it's going to bother Yuna, and they need to put
that's it.
on,
yeah, that's it.
They need to be encouraging and hopeful and smile, and so that she doesn't have to have so much of
even
a
if it's fake, just put the face on.
Right.
And so, but the text there, it wasn't don't worry, be happy in the Japanese, it's instead of worrying, smile.
Yes.
Right? But I like the English kind of using a song that everyone knows here in America.
Right.
But then he asks Kimari to smile. He's like, I never see you smile. And he does the funniest smile. It's so funny. This whole scene plays out very similar to Kingdom Hearts, though.
Oh, sure.
The very beginning, once you get to Traverse Town, and Goofy and Donald tell Sora that their spaceship runs on smiles or on laughs, something like that. And so he's got to pretend to be happy. But it's a direct callback to this moment here.
That's really freaking funny.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah, and I like how Titus says, sad. He just it's like, oh, that's like the sad dude. He doesn't smile or laugh about it or try to laugh it off. He's just like it's a pathetic smile, dude.
Kimari's trying.
Another thing I kind of liked about this scene, though, is this is the first time Kimari actually speaks in the game. And while we have seen other Ronso talk before this, it's the first time Kimari himself has actually spoken. And Titus is really surprised by that at first. He kind of his face, lights up and his jaw kind of drops for a second. And you almost expect this to be make a big deal, but holy crap, you talked? What? You actually talked? That's kind of the tropey thing you would expect to happen. I like that that's not what they did. He just was initially surprised, and then he just is actually concerned about what he's telling him about Yuna, right? And he just talks to him like normal. And I feel like that, not putting that sort of teasing or maybe social pressure, that might not be the right term for it, on Kimari for having spoken, which would make him be less inclined to speak again.
Yes.
Titus just talks to him like normal, treats him like normal, and the conversation just kind of proceeds. I just kind of like how that was
nice.
how that was handled. So it was a little nice little scene there. You keep proceeding down the road. You kind of come to a branching path. Going to the left would take you towards the Moonflow and then Guado Salam. The right heads off to Jose Temple. And so they kind of stop there. And I like how Titus is asking, like, how much further till we get to Xanarkand, right? And so they're explaining to him, we got to go through the Moonflow and Guado Salam and the Thunder Plains beyond that and this. And then, Xanarkand's at the end of all that. He asks whether they can just skip all of that. There's the question of, like, maybe taking an airship or some faster way to get there. But they emphasize here, right, Yuna explaining, I have to pray to the faith in every temple in order to earn the final Aeon.
Right, you have to get everything and then...
Right, each temple has to be visited and you have to, make a supplication to the faith of that temple, receive their blessing, and then move to the next one in order for the final Aeon to be unlocked, right?
Right.
So Waka says that's the summoner's training. She's got to prepare mind and body, all just to get ready for the final summoning. So that's the reason why they can't just, like, push ahead to Xanarkand. They have to stop at every single one of these temples.
Okay, gotcha.
As they kind of walk off towards the temple, Auron reminds Tidus that he should not tell Yuna that Sin's jacked.
Yes, specifically. Yeah, don't tell Yuna. Yep.
Yeah, because he feels like if he were to do that, she would withdraw from Tidus, and he doesn't want that to happen. Because he wants to go with them, and he wants Tidus to be with them as they go there. This is all part of, his plan with Jecht and everything, right? So he says, well, what about my feelings? Like, why did you have to tell me? He's like, I didn't want you to, like, become emotionally compromised if you were to learn, like, in a late stage. You
At some other point.
Earlier.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
He's like, what are you talking about, me? He's like, I heard you were quite the crybaby, right? And I like the way Tidus responds to that. It's an internal monologue, his thoughts, and he's like, maybe when I was a kid, well, maybe a little bit now, just a little. So
like he's admitting it, just a touch.
Yeah, he's still pretty sensitive guy. So, okay. Outside of Jose Temple, I really like how it's kind of like all...
It's encased in rock.
And then, like, when a summoner is praying to the faith, it, like, these, like, electric fields sort of, like, hover the rocks around it.
Yeah, it's so cool. I loved it. I thought that was really cool.
Titus does, too. He's just like, whoa, awesome, right? It's pretty, like, awe-inspiring sort of thing to see.
Yeah.
But whoever ended up surviving that battle with Sin, whether it's Luzu or Gata, you'll find them outside the temple here, and you can talk to them one last time. They'll both go back to Besaid either way, and that's kind of the end of them for the rest of the game. But if it's Gata, he's just, like, really unhinged from having seen his first battle and all the carnage. And he says that Luzu was, like, basically cut in half on this battlefield, which is just like, holy fetch, right? If it's Luzu who survives, he gets pissed that Gata died, and he's, like, punching the wall. He's like, you don't understand. He's saying this to Waka, right? Which is just like, yes, I do. Of course I do.
Right.
You're the one who, like, took my brother. And,
exactly.
Anyway, so that's kind of the end of the two of them, which is, I think it's fine, but maybe, like, a little disappointing that they didn't utilize these characters a little more.
Like, further on.
In some way later in the game. But because I really liked them. I really like these characters. But at the same time, it really does emphasize sort of the trauma and the hopelessness of this fight against Sin, right? It's like people die. It's horrible and traumatic every time it happens. It's like basically hopeless to try and fight this thing. And I think losing one of these characters is a good way to emphasize that, and the fact that it affects the others so much, and that they basically quit and go back to Besaid in order to, like, try to recover.
Yeah.
Right? Shows just how much this world is affected by Sin in a pretty effective way.
Yeah, and honestly, like, what else is there to do? Like, once you lose that badly and something that bad happens, and you just feel hopeless, you just have to go back. You have to go home. There's nothing else to do.
Yep.
Is there a point here and I can't remember. I should have written down specifically when this happened, but I did not. Yuna says something about, oh, she'll be fine as long as we're with her, right? And it's a point like as we're going towards the temple where she says, I'll be fine as long as you're here.
Yes, Titus. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she says that to him.
She says that to him. But the Japanese is not to him directly. It's everybody. I'll be fine as long as everybody's here.
Oh,
right?
I see.
In
Is
the
that
English
is that
version,
one of those things where it's like des, where it's like
no, she says minna specifically. Minna meaning everybody.
Okay.
It's a specific, and it's funny because in the English version of this game, it's a lot more romantic than the Japanese version.
Sure.
The Japanese is a lot more general. It's less romantic, and it's more. It's less just about the two of them and more about everybody. Whereas the English version, there's a lot of moments where it's like, oh, you're here, so I'm okay. It's like, no, everyone's here, so I'm okay. And that's her. That's Yuna's kind of thing.
Interesting difference. Yeah, I think I appreciate the English better there.
I think so too, as far as the romance goes. But in terms of the whole, in terms of where Yuna's thinking, because she's not so much into the romance thing in general. She's got a bigger job to do, and so she's kind of seeing the big picture a little bit more. So from Tita's perspective, I do like that in the English, but from Yuna's perspective, I think the Japanese makes more sense. So either way.
Inside, there's going to be a lot to break down here, I'm sure.
Yes,
but let's just talk real quickly about Isaru.
Well, first off, there's another summoner there.
Yes, Isaru.
And this summoner was not a jerk to us, so that was pretty refreshing.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Yeah. He's got like his
little brothers.
Yeah, little brother.
Guardians.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Passe and Maroda.
Yeah. The salute we do is different than any salute you see in the entire game.
Oh, do they not do this
She does this triangle symbol.
I didn't pick up on
I
that.
looked up to see if there was some Buddhist, Hindu, or some type of meaning behind that, and I didn't really find anything there. So later on in this conversation, they do the Yevon salute, but before that, she holds her hands in a triangle, and I don't know why. I've never seen it anywhere else in this whole game. That was the only point. So that was kind of weird. If anyone knows anything about that, let me know. As
a quick interjection, somebody on the last video was asking about your pronunciation of Yevon and why you say it as Yevon. Is there
There is a reason. Okay, I actually have notes here. I've copied and pasted this note forward from like 4 episodes because I'm like, oh, I forgot to talk about that. Oh, I forgot to talk about that. So here it is. In Japanese, they say ebon. Ebon. E-B-O-N is how it's pronounced in Japanese. Ebon. Ebonin, or ebonma. So there's a reason for this. The word evon comes from, and so it should be pronounced Evon. It was pronounced Yevon with the Y. I don't know exactly why, other than the Yehovah, whatever. But anyways, so the word Yevon, I believe, comes from the word Evam, A-E-V-U-M, Evam, which is an old religious word, right? So in Japanese, it's Ebon. And Evan, Evam, A-E-V-U-M, is a temporal mode of existence experienced by angels and the saints in heaven. The word Avam is Latin, and it originally meant like an age or an aeon, right?
Oh, okay.
But Thomas Aquinas identifies the Avam as the measure of existence of being of beings, plural, that, and this is going to be a technical, but I'll explain it in a minute, the measure of the existence of beings that recede less from the permanence of being, for as much as their being neither consists in change nor is the subject of change. Nevertheless, they have change annexed to them, either actually or potentially. As example, he cites the heavenly bodies, right? So you look at the stars, right? And it's like, hey, are the stars immortal? Yes. Are they unchanging? Sort of. They move in the sky. They move. They're subject to the influences of change, but they themselves do not change, right? And so that's the idea of the Avam, right? And
stars aren't immortal, are they?
We're not talking about science. We're talking about Thomas Aquinas.
So the
was
idea
about 1,000 years ago.
You look up at the stars at night; they're always there.
Yes,
kind of a thing.
I should have prefaced. Saint Thomas Aquinas, for all those who don't know, lived about 1,000 years ago.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
It's a different kind of thing here. This is an old religious idea,
yeah,
specific to Catholicism and probably Eastern Orthodoxy as well. So then there's another word that comes from Avum, which is aviternity, and that is the proper sphere of every created spirit, and therefore the human soul. So the soul is ev-eternal. It's not eternal necessarily, but it's ev-eternal, right? It's the essence of God, but still subject to some changes of other forces of nature, right? So at death, the body's distracting relationship to matter's time ceases to affect the soul so that it can experience its proper ev-eternity, which is how the saints are and all that stuff. You go up to heaven and it's almost like a loss of free will, but still an ability to do things and to be affected, but to only be aligned with the will of God, which means essentially you've given up the will, right? So you don't do things of yourself. You're just subject to the forces of nature, but you're immortal.
Gotcha.
It's interesting. It's an interesting idea, but I believe that's where the word Avon comes from, right? And so there's two reasons why I pronounce it that way. And often, because you'll probably notice as well that Mike says Titus, I tend to say Titus.
Yeah.
In the Japanese, it's Tida.
Yeah.
Is the name. Now you don't really hear that, but that's what I was. That's the way it's like written out and stuff with the character as he's saying stuff.
We talked about that a little bit in the first episode.
Yes, and so there are certain names that I hear, and like Riku is Ryuku. I might call her Ryuku. Maybe I'll still call her Riku. I don't know, but I'm hearing the Japanese, and then I come to this podcast, and I'm trying to like remember. Wait, what's the English word for that? So I will probably still keep calling it Yevon, which is actually a mix between the Japanese and the English. Yeah, it's
regarding pronunciation of the main character, there was somebody, I don't know, some guy was all frustrated, like, how can you be mispronouncing the name of the main character on purpose? Why? I didn't. I named my character Titus.
Oh, there you go. You can name your own character.
I named him Titus.
Done. No more argument.
The
It's
name
over.
of my character is Titus because I named him Titus.
There you go. There you go.
There you go. That's why I call him Titus.
No, it happens to be spelled the same as
It's
Titus,
spelled the same, but it's pronounced Titus.
But
It's kind of like
Titus.
So when we were growing up,
Yes,
Case
we'll
and
mix them in love.
just tell them the story.
LMXMNLOV. Oh, that was Harvest Moon 64, I think, when I came up with that,
came up
right?
with a random name or
Yeah, I
something?
was just, because we were naming your chickens, right? And I was like,
right.
all right, what's this chicken's name? And I had like Chud and like all these funny little names,
Yeah.
right? And then one of them, I was like, I didn't know what to write. And so I wrote down LMXMNLOV. But there was this funny idea in my mind that was you can name your kid whatever you want, but you can spell it however you want too, right?
Yes.
So you could theoretically have a name like LMXMNLOV that was pronounced Carl. but it's spelled LMXMNLOV. And the Carl came from the Karl Malone poster that was in my room. Anyways, so Miximilov, right?
Pronounced Carl.
Is just pronounced Carl. And so with this funny joke was like, oh, well, my kid's going to be so funny. He'll be named Miximilov. And then the teacher will try to pronounce it in reading the attendance sheet in class. And we'll say, oh, Miximilov. And the kid will say, my name's Carl. And the teacher will be like, shut up, Carl. I'm not talking to you. Where's Miximilov? Oh, man. It was going to be so great.
Did
But
you ever bring that up to Breezy?
I don't think so.
You should have done it.
She knows very little about my past. I should do that now, though. Oh, it's just great. It's just so
one
funny.
more kid.
No, I know.
One more
I have
kid, Carl.
and I'm gonna have another kid, but it'll be rough. Trying to convince my wife to name him Carl.
Anyways, yeah. So that's why this is the thing from for those of you who don't know, we met in Arizona in like 1999 is when we moved there.
Yeah.
We grew up through high school. and things
23.
like that.
Wait, 23 years.
Yeah, fetching a long time ago, dude.
Wild.
We've known each other longer now than
Like
we were alive at the time,
Yes.
which is crazy.
Almost double that.
I know.
That's unbelievable.
All right, tangent over.
All right.
Yeah, so Isaru, the summoner here, and his brothers, right? They try to warn Titus here before going in.
That's
hey, be on the lookout. A lot of summoners are disappearing, and this could be fiends, but not so many and so quick. Like something is afoot. Like watch your back. kind of thing, right? Which we'll get to in a minute. It's the Albed doing it, but
Yes.
anyways, that's where they first sort of introduced this idea, like be careful, like summoners are disappearing like crazy. Okay, now that's the end of those guys. We'll hear more about them later, I think. I was starting to look at the mandala in the Jose Temple. This is the first time I really paid attention to it.
Good. I hope everyone did.
Or really paid attention much to the details of the temple itself.
Yeah.
So one thing that I think is in each temple, if I'm not mistaken, is the statue of the woman and the man.
Yeah, the woman and the man.
The woman there is Unalesca.
Yes.
Who now we've had Seymour talk about a little bit in that last scene at the end of the Operation Mihen scene.
Yeah.
He's trying to comfort Yuna and
we find out more about her soon.
Yeah. He's trying to comfort her and saying, like, let me be your pillar of strength, I think he says, as Unalesca had her Lord Zaun.
Zaun, yeah.
Yeah, so anyways, that's what those two statues are. It's Unalesca and Zaun.
And I love, like, just looking at them. It's really masterful. It's really cool the way they did this, because it's not just two people. Like, they represent things.
Yeah.
And, like, just the fact that she is so naturally clothed in her birthday suit, and he is so head to toe, completely armor, clothes, capes, helmets, everything, flowing garments. Like he is so clearly like weighed upon by the culture and by material and by all of this stuff. And she is free of all of that with her own separate constraints. But then they come together as this meeting of like culture and nature. And it's just, it's beautiful. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, like you were saying, we're going to learn more about Unalesca pretty soon. But for now, she's the first summoner who defeated Sin.
Yes.
The very first one.
So that's why she gets the big statues.
Yeah.
And everyone else gets the little statues.
Right. So those little statues that you see in the temples, those are other summoners who have defeated Sin in the past, I believe.
Yeah.
So like Braska is at
the ones up front. Yeah.
The ones in the front.
I saw a theory that because there are other, what would you call them, other statues around.
Yes.
But then the ones up front have names, the other ones don't.
Yes.
And that the idea behind that is that the other statues are the summoners who died along the pilgrimage, who didn't quite make it.
Who didn't defeat
Sin. But they still get a reverence, because people are still revering those statues as well. So it's like, what are they doing? Those statues all look the same. It's almost like the idea of the faceless hero, or the like, what is it, in Washington, D.C., there's the monument to the unknown soldier, is what they call it. And it's just, there's a statue of a generic soldier, but it represents all of the soldiers who died, without being named and without their bodies being recovered.
Right.
And so you see all these statues around. Now, I don't know if this is totally canon, but someone brought that up, and I thought that was a pretty good explanation for what that means.
I like that. That's actually really cool. I would buy that, definitely. So yeah, that's what that's why, like you're saying, Unalesca and Zaun, the big, most featured ones.
Then Braska
and the other summoners who have defeated Sin. So there's not that many who have actually done it.
It's very few.
We talked about that a little bit last week. I can't remember if it was in spoilers or not. But
because the idea was, how long is a calm, and have they been defeating it over and over this whole time, or has it really been many times, and only a few calms have ever actually happened?
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what that is. And then the mandala in the center here is pretty interesting. It's got like 3 circles. There's like an outer, a middle, and an inner one. And the one in the inner looked a little bit like, to me, like sun rays, or maybe like an eye at the center of that, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then in the middle circle was a lot of this electrical sort of energy.
Yeah, kind of like sort of fire, but also just chaotic waves, kind of. Right?
It reminded me of electricity, because this temple has so much. And then on the outer are this little symbol that has, they're all pointing in towards the center.
Yep.
Kind of like the first one at Besaid.
Yeah.
You know, these symbols that are pointing in towards the center, but they look a little bit like maybe a leaf or something.
Yeah,
like
a leaf.
It's like a straight line with these sort of lines coming off of it on either side, like this.
But that allow it to come to a point,
Yeah.
So maybe a tree, a leaf, or a feather, or something like that.
Something resembling that, right?
Yeah.
Kind of pointing in towards the center of the...
And there's a bunch of them. I think there's 32. I may have done the math wrong, but
Yeah.
there's about that many,
Yeah, they
and
go
they're all pointing in.
all the way around the outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one has the symmetry that the previous one didn't have.
Yeah.
Because of this, the letter at the center. and so it's symmetrical, but still chaotic. You know, there's a lot going on here, but at the same time, it's a lot of stuff that's difficult to interpret, because when you have the pure chaotic forces of nature that is pointing towards and emanating from, because you've got the leaves that are pointing in, but then you have the energy that's emanating out from that center point, which is the light, which is also the electricity, which we're going to learn a lot of soon, right? But you see that the forces kind of meet at a certain point, but it's all more or less chaotic energy, which is difficult to read because when you need some squares or some other shapes that make sense, maybe, you know, like a cross or things, other items will help you make sense of this, but this has very few of those things. It's mostly just, you know, the energy of heaven, it seems, because the circles tend to represent heaven. Yeah.
So we're going to go into more detail on that in the spoiler section at the end.
Okay, because there's also those 2 rooms on the side.
Yes.
And this is the cool part. The 2 rooms on the side, you go into the rooms and you see the electricity and where it's coming from.
Yeah.
It's attached to a root system.
Yes.
Looks like roots.
Yes.
That look very similar to the tree in the dream that we had just in last episode.
When Titus goes swimming after sin.
Yes.
In the first part, he sees spirits kind of walking around these bluish trees.
Yep, those trees.
Yeah.
And the roots are exposed and they look like where the sources of the electricity come from.
Yes.
And we'll talk about what that means, as Mike said, in the spoiler section at the end.
Yeah.
But for the time being, just understand there's a connection between the blue light stuff, you know, the electricity, and then the roots of the tree in the dream.
Yep. Okay, so at this point you go through the Cloister's trials.
Oh, real quick though. The summoner that we meet, he says something, he says, don't worry, I have no intention of losing either, right? Meaning, like, hey, we're both on each other's side because we're residents of Spira, but I'm going to be the one to defeat sin, not you, right?
Yes.
But they're being cordial and nice about it. But it's fascinating because even in a kind interaction between 2 summoners where they're friendly towards each other, there's still the element of a competition between the 2 of them. This is huge for the theme of the game. Absolutely huge. And yes, it all goes back to the mandala in Besaid, in that temple. But it's like if you aren't the one to defeat sin, you lose, right? So like a playoff tournament, there's lots of competitors, but there's only one winner, right? So it's not like a game and a bunch of games and half won, half lost. It's like, no, everyone loses except one in terms of being the one to defeat sin, and whatever that means. They probably live their whole life just knowing that I want to be the one to defeat sin.
Right.
But it's like a game, a little bit.
Okay. Yep. We'll come back to that one for sure.
Okay.
Okay. So once you get through the cloister here, one thing I took a note on here. Titus is a guardian now, so he's just allowed to go in with them. But there was never any sort of
when did we miss
official
something?
initiation or ceremony or like ordination or
I thought about that.
Anything. They're just like, you get to be a guardian now.
You weren't a guardian then, you are now.
So it confused me a little bit because it's like, Donna's plan back in Kilika to like get Una in trouble was to like force Titus into the cloister after her. So but it's like they could just claim he was a guardian.
Yes.
There's no like record.
And who would know
of
exactly
the church that says like, oh, Una has this, and this guardian, and we've ordained that or whatever. So like, what was the big deal? It's kind of just you just claim anybody as a guardian whenever you want.
So even if Una got caught and got in trouble, she'd have been like, oh, he's my guardian. And like, who's to say he's not?
Right. Because there's there's nothing official about this, as far as I know. Maybe somebody else knows, but like I thought that was kind of funny. It was just like they just let him come in, and he's just a guardian now. Okay, maybe it has something to do with Aaron. I don't know, like Aaron being there, but it doesn't seem to me that there's any like real process to this.
I would say we probably missed something. You know how you mentioned, along with Lulu changing maybe her tune towards Titus a little bit. This could have been a scene or a brief moment that happened in between maybe at the end of at the Luca tournament,
Yeah,
where it's
maybe.
like, okay, we now perform the authority, and in the presence of these witnesses, now write it down on the records, and he is a guardian. I don't know if that's how this works. I don't know how any of the Avon religion works, really.
Yeah.
I know very little about it, but it would seem like something like that would need to happen, and that would be a good point.
Yeah.
So I almost wonder if something like that got cut.
Maybe. I don't know.
But
Just
I
thought it was
love
kinda
how
funny.
Donna's guardian freaking loves Aaron so much.
I wrote this down too. This is
It's
fantastic.
just so funny. I love
Because
it.
she comes in being, herself.
Yes.
Like,
And she even
this
goes to him. She's
riff-raff
like,
and-
"Who are you?
yeah,
Get this
she
guy
doesn't
outta here."
recognize who Oren is.
Yes.
That's important.
Which
right?
is
she does
interesting.
not recognize Oren.
Yes.
Who is this? Do you know this riffraff Partello or something like that?
So she must not be as well read as she presents herself.
Yes.
She must not be as in the world and as knowledgeable as she seems to,
Well, this is
pretend.
along those lines. This is another thing I was thinking about because all the summoners we've seen so far, Yuna, Belgamine, Isaru, they have like a ton of robes and stuff on.
Yes.
Like very ceremonial looking.
Yes.
Like
Very
robes.
formal. Yes.
Donna's the only one who doesn't.
Yes.
Literally the only one.
That's true.
And I was sitting there thinking, like,
Similarly, Seymour is the only of the maesters who also
Yeah.
shows,
yeah. So I'm thinking about this. It's like, was this just, a sexy character design for the sake of it? Or is it that Donna isn't
not.
really,
it might be saying
she's
something
not
about her character.
really a very devout or very devoted
Yeah.
summoner necessarily.
Like she cares about other things, maybe
Yeah.
a little bit more than what she's
Right.
doing there. I mean, that would be fair enough. I would. It seems to be true to her character, and given the character design, I mean, as we mentioned 5 times now, Nomura said it all meant something.
Yes.
All the characters.
So
and so, what does her design mean? It means
Yeah.
something. We have it from the artist. It means
Yeah.
something. So I think that's a fair enough interpretation. I
Yeah.
think that's good.
She's probably the fact that she doesn't recognize Orin means that
Yeah.
she must not be a very good or at least studious summoner.
Yeah. yeah.
Not that it's not that important to her to understand the purpose of what she's doing.
Right.
and
She's
the
just going
history
through
of
the
what she's doing.
motions
She's doing
to
it
win, right?
to win
To win the
and
game.
to become famous or to
Sure.
have status or something like that. More about the appearances than
Yeah.
anything else.
She's also a bit antisocial, so I mean that would make sense if maybe she's like more of a narcissistic personality and
Yeah.
that she only cares about certain things
Yeah.
and less about,
Yeah.
companionship or friends or anything like that.
Right. So she doesn't recognize
Nope.
him. And
But he does.
he does. And
The
he's
Guardian.
like, can
He's so
I
funny,
shake
man.
your hand?
Oh, it's so
This is the
funny.
first
And
time he's
the way he's like
spoken to.
posing when he meets with him, he's like, "Oh, I looked up to you when I was a kid. Oh, please."
You're the reason
And-
I became a guardian.
Yes, and what's so funny, I was worried for a moment because don't make needless enemies. Don't
Yeah.
be so careless to make an enemy out of someone who wants to be your friend, right?
Yeah, right.
I was thinking Aram was gonna be like, "I'm not touching you,"
Yeah.
and I really thought he would do that, and I was so pleased that Oren just graciously shakes his hand and bows, and he entertains him for
Yeah.
just a moment, you know. I thought that was so good. I thought it was great, and Aron is a tactful person because he probably doesn't care at all about this guy. He
Yeah.
really would probably rather not even be talked to by anyone.
Yeah.
But he's willing to entertain somebody who otherwise could become an enemy. Kind of like in The Incredibles, how there's
Yeah.
that guy who really liked Mr. Incredible, but then he's like, go away, and so he becomes a supervillain
Yes,
because
right.
Mr. Incredible was a little too mean to him, you know?
Yes, right.
I felt like that was going to happen, and it didn't, and I was like, yes, thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you, Aron.
Yeah, it was nice. And then, of course, Waka and Lulu sort of like attack.
They
They team up to kind
They're
of
like,
like
wow,
a
you
team
didn't know
attack
the
on-
great Aron?
on Donna there, yeah. Calling the personal guardian of Lord Braska riffraff, and then Lulu says, "And you call yourself a summoner."
Oh, so good. So good.
But
Yeah.
Donna kind of turns this fact around on Yuna as well when she emerges. First, if you go talk to Bartello, he talks about, "I swear I'll never wash this hand again."
Yeah.
But when Yuna does eventually come back out, Donna turns this fact on her as well. It's like, oh, now you have Auron as your personal guardian. All
Wow.
these guardians.
Are you overcompensating for something?
Yeah, and like,
you must not be very confident.
The daughter of Braska, you know, like you even have like Seymour looking at you now, and
that's not her
like,
fault.
how about you
yeah.
stand on your own 2 feet for once instead of like relying on the fame of
All
your
these
father for all
crutches.
these favors that you get, and
Yeah.
you know, that kind of thing.
She also says, and this was very poignant. She says, "Your guardians won't be able to protect you when the time comes."
Yeah.
And that was kind of how she ends.
Her
And
last
it's like,
thing.
first off, what does that mean?
Yeah.
But second off, like, dang, like Yuna she's gathering all these people to her, yet there's this idea that at some point, just like Frodo with the Fellowship, you know, it's like, yeah, you got we got the king of Gondor and the wizard and the son of Thranduil, the elf, and but really, you're actually going to leave all of them and go on your own.
Yeah.
And that was always the point. The plan from the beginning was that Frodo has to do this alone.
Right.
And that's what Galadriel kind of
Yeah.
shows him. And it's like, this story kind of has a similar feel to that. Yuna's just got all these powerful, powerful people, but there's something about it that's like, at some point, she's got a thing to do that only she can do.
Yeah.
And they can only help her so much. And Donna just kind of like
Emphasizes
hammers the
that.
nail into her heart right there. Just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, good stuff. The next day, Yuna is kind of sleeping in a little bit. When you go into the temple, into the room where she's at, the lady standing next to her says it's because she stayed up all night doing sendings.
Yes, yeah.
So she was up
Because
like,
of the Mihen massacre, right?
Yes.
So she was like, sending all the crusaders.
basically working tirelessly all night on that.
Yeah.
So she's sleeping in a little bit, and when she realizes what time it is, because Titus goes in there to wake her up, she's like,
this room, by the
freaking
way,
out.
has the symbol,
Yeah.
with the roots and the electricity.
yeah. And so she's freaking out, like, oh, I'm so sorry, I'll get ready right away.
Yeah.
And she sort of rushes out, and I mean, they don't represent this because it's PS2 graphics, but she's got like bed hair.
She has bed head, yeah.
Right. And so she keeps apologizing and apologizing and apologizing. I'm so sorry, And so they kind of tease her about it a little bit, right? Like, and everyone's kind of laughing about it. And Titus is as well. He's laughing. But he says, I hadn't really laughed like that in a long time. It was only later that I realized I was the only one really laughing. Or the only one really laughing then was me. Laughing must have been the only thing keeping them going. So they're trying to, kind of like you were saying with Kimari a little earlier, like manufacture lighthearted moments, knowing where this is going. Because this is like, I don't know, the 4th or 5th time now that they've foreshadowed this idea that they still haven't like completely explained yet.
Yes.
Everybody knows where they're going, and except Titus. So he's genuinely laughing at the teasing stuff, but they're all just kind of trying to manufacture a lighthearted moment, is kind of like the idea behind this.
Make fun of the previous laughing scene all you want. It was very important to the story.
Yeah,
that was my writing here.
Right.
Because that is, like, this is an example of that. Like a perfect example of like what Yuna wants and why, and how everyone has been trained to laugh the way that Titus was trained to laugh.
Yes, exactly. And that's kind of like the main point of it, right? Is that they are, as Yuna was trying to get us to do in the laughing scene, they are putting on a face and filling the journey with laughter because they understand where they're going. And they need to be able to have those moments along the way to keep them from dwelling on that too much.
And the only one that doesn't get it is the fool.
Yeah, he's the only one. Okay, next scene is at the Moonflow.
Yeah.
So you're going to go back to that sort of fork in the road, head left instead of right this time. Continue forward. The Moonflow is kind of interesting. Actually before that.
Oh, my next note is the Moonflow, so.
The Ronzo were on the path.
Oh, yeah.
Way.
And they give us another warning.
Yeah.
Hey, summoners are kidnapped. So that's twice now we've gotten that warning. It was interesting that they came to warn Kimari, not just to make fun of him.
Not just to make fun of him.
Even though they weren't
do that
making
anyway,
fun of him. And Kimari's just like, you came all the way here to make fun of me? And they're like, no, we came here to warn you.
Summoners are
Look
disappearing.
out. Also, you're little and stupid. And then they leave. Their culture's funny, man.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like that is a funny thing. It's like they're still going to mock him, but they feel obligated to let him know about a problem coming up.
For whatever
so they
reason.
are helping at the same
helpful.
with the same hand at which they're like backhanding
Yes,
him.
it's the backhanded assistance.
So
Yeah, that's
but
right.
this is the second time now that they've emphasized that summoners are disappearing.
Yeah.
Like, watch out, right? So they're setting something up here. So anyways, that was one scene that happens along that path before you get to the Moonflow. Then you get to the Moonflow, and this is where they begin to tell you a little bit about fireflies for the first time. I don't remember.
Yeah, well, they're like come from the flowers, it looks like.
Yes.
It looks like they're being produced by nature
Kind of
through the water,
floating up.
and the flower is the medium that pulls them up and puts them in the sky, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if
that was
they've
cool.
even said the word firefly in the game yet before this. I can't remember.
Well, I feel like they did maybe once, but I don't remember either.
Yeah, but this is the first time they really talk about them at all.
Yeah, yeah.
So the quote here, they say that clouds of fireflies gather here when night falls, right? So into this Moonflow, this area they're in. The entire river glows like a sea of stars. And then Titus starts getting an idea.
I know, and
Hey,
Oren-
I got
Oren-
an idea. And Oren just immediately, we're not waiting till
We're not
nightfall.
staying here. But Titus is along the same lines as the player, which is like you're seeing something that's pretty cool. And then Lulu tells you how actually really cool it is.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, I want to see that.
Yeah,
And then immediately it's like, no, you can't.
yeah.
You can't look at that right now. We've got something else to do. And I love that too. And then Titus is like thinking and thinking. It's just so funny.
And of course, his response, again, this is, I think, the third time this has happened
yeah,
now.
he's like,
Then, once we beat Sin, we're coming back.
Once we beat Sim,
We'll just come back and look at it on the way back. right?
Exactly.
And everyone is silent at that comment.
No one
they
says a
don't,
word.
They don't say a word.
No.
They're all just totally quiet. More of the more of the same foreshadowing we've been getting a lot up to this point.
A lot. It's beautiful though.
yeah.
I look forward to seeing how much more beautiful it can get.
Yeah. Then you get to an animal. You see an animal called the shoe puff.
The
Basically
shoe puff.
An elephant, but they call it a shoe puff.
It's
in this
hard to
world.
explain. It just looks like the gentlest little large giant, you know?
Yes. And it's kind of
great.
walking, and Titus is just like, whoa.
Yeah,
And walking,
never seen that
explains
before.
that it's a shoe puff and that they can ride on it across the river.
Yeah.
And there's like, oh man, let's do that, right?
They call it a shoe puffu. So in Japanese, I can give you guys a little insight as to why it's called a shoe puff, because that's kind of funny, you know? So in Japanese, the word for departure is shupatsu, to leave, to depart, right? Shupatsu. And or shupatsu suru means like to depart, right? So in Japanese, a shoe puff is called a shupafu, as opposed to shupatsu, right? So the name means transportation, right? So you would depart on a shoe puff. That is to say, you would shupatsu on a shupafu. And they make that play on words. They make that little pun several times in Japanese as it goes.
Oh, wow.
Shupafu, shupatsu. It's really funny. It's really good.
That's
that
great.
little alien dude that's like driving
Yes.
it, you know?
Yeah, what are those guys called? They're called the.
I can't remember.
Oh man, I knew this. I knew this. Just
All I
like.
know is they're not represented among the maesters of Yevon.
Hold on, I'm going to find this right now. Hypelos, that's what they're called.
Oh,
Hypelo. That's the name of that little blue race of dudes that
Okay.
drive the shoe puffs. Hypelos. What's really interesting is that the Hypelos seem to be the only race not represented in the Blitzball tournament. Like
so they're not in Yevon or Blitzball.
Yeah, they have like a Guado team. They have like a
Yeah.
Ranzo team.
Yeah, the runs.
And they have an Albed team.
I know.
But
It's
they
funny they
don't-
let them compete.
They don't have a Hypelo Blitzball team.
I wonder
They
how many
don't-
high pillows there are.
They don't give a fetch about Blitzball. But they look like aquatic creatures, which is kind of funny.
Oh, this does remind me though. I should bring this up now. There was a comment on the last episode talking about the temple before Jose, the temple at Kilika, and why the Blitzball players were there.
Oh, yes.
So
right.
the summoner of the Kilika temple, a previous summoner, was it one who defeated Sin, or was
Yes,
it
one of the ones who-
a previous summoner who had defeated
Ohala,
Sin
I think his name was.
was a great Blitzball player,
Yeah.
and Kilika being because there's no temple in Luca,
Yeah.
so the closest temple
Which-
to Luca is Kilika.
I'm really
The
confused
temple
about
is the Blitzball arena.
why is there not a temple in Luca?
Luca is the most important place, you would think.
except for maybe the capital city where like or Micah is.
Yeah,
But Lucca would be certainly like the second largest city.
Yes.
Why is there no temple there?
The temples were built long ago, and that's a good question.
So I don't know that. So now we have another thing someone is going to explain to us.
Yes, somebody please explain. Then we'll bring it up next episode.
But the fact that there isn't one there makes sense that the Blitzball players go to Kilika, the closest temple there is.
Not only the closest, but the one that represents the place where the summoner who defeated Sin was from. He was from that place. And he was a great Blitzball player.
Hala, I think his name is. He was from Kilika. He was a summoner from Kilika, and he was a Blitzball player.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
that's why those 3 players were there.
Right. Okay, now, the cool thing about this shoe puff that you see, it's got a giant, like,
huge
scar on its back leg.
Yep.
And this really plays into, actually, one of my favorite moments of this entire sort of stretch of the game we played, which I had not remembered. I don't know if I just had not talked to Aaron at this point in the game before, or just get past it, but it's really good.
Yeah, it's very powerful. Someone in the comments had a different reaction to it, though, because they put a spoiler in the last episode, and it was different from the way I thought that I would take it. So I'm interested to hear how you think this scene plays out, and then I'll tell you the opposite position.
Yeah, so Aaron tells Titus a story about Jecht, that Jecht was drunk, as he was wont to do at that time, and he thought that the shoe puff was a fiend.
Yeah, just like Titus, he'd never seen one before.
Yeah,
so he was just like, what?
His very first time ever seeing this animal, oh, it's a giant fiend, and he ran up and attacked it and cut its leg. And of course, it's a service animal, and it
harmless.
belongs to a business, right? So Braska ended up giving all of the money they had away in order to try to apologize for this.
Right.
And Jecht was so embarrassed and so humiliated that he quit drinking forever.
He never drank again.
Now, this in light of the scene we saw just a little while ago,
the memory,
where Titus in Zanarkand had said, well, why don't you quit drinking now? And Jecht was not willing, for his son's sake, for his family's sake, for his career's sake, as a blitzball player, even though it was getting to be a problem.
Yeah.
He was not willing to quit drinking for his family, for his career, but he was willing to quit after humiliating himself here. I can only imagine how much more resentment that would build in Titus hearing that story.
Yes.
As Titus was trying to ask his father to stop drinking, he was like,
that's what did it.
It was cutting a shoe puff and being embarrassed to have to give all their money away and letting down his comrades that got him to quit, but he wouldn't quit for his son or his wife or, And I could imagine Titus just like fuming hearing that story. This is the kind of thing that makes him even more resentful and upset at Jecht. And continues to build on that. So that's why I really liked it, because, again, we're seeing a totally different view of Jecht from all these other people who knew him from Titus. But this is the first time where I feel like I can really see how that story would be justifiably interpreted in a way that makes Jecht look really bad. Whereas before, it's like they're just kind of sharing this lighthearted nature, this loving, kind of kind person that he was, but there's not like a way, there's not like a context that we see that through Titus's perspective in which, no, like you're seeing this all wrong kind of a thing, like in the way that this one does. Because we got that little scene in Zanarkand between Jecht and Titus about quitting drinking, it's like I can now see how Aaron saw it versus how Titus saw it, and I see them both as being completely valid.
Right, I know that's the hard part. That's the difficult part, is that both of them are valid in saying, oh, Jecht was good and oh, Jecht was bad. They're both right.
Yes.
And that's just confusing.
Yes.
That's difficult, but that's human. That's life.
And it's so human, and it's so relatable. And so I loved the scene for that reason, because it gives more justification to, because the whole time, we're thinking, oh, maybe Titus has got it wrong. Like maybe Jecht really was a good guy, because we haven't seen necessarily the abusive father that he's portraying him to be. He's kind of rough, and he's like, you can't do it, kind of a thing, when he's trying to teach him the Jecht shot or whatever, but nothing like too bad, but being an alcoholic, like a drunk guy, you know, and not taking care of his family, now I'm starting to see what Titus sees, and the fact that he would quit for someone else and not for him.
Yeah, this is great because
sells that.
Your interpretation was the interpretation of the comment that I had read on last episode.
Oh, nice.
And my interpretation was different, and I might be the only one who saw it this way initially, where I was like, "Oh, isn't that nice? Jecht gave up drinking, which means Jecht is on a path to become the person that Titus always wanted him to become." And he was on that path of transformation, and that this journey turned him into the person Titus always wanted him to be, and that's why everyone liked him so much, because by the end, he was a good person. Now, hearing you and reading the previous comment, I understand maybe that may not have been intentional, that it was probably what you're saying. It was probably along the lines of something to make Titus even more upset. But I didn't actually read it that way at first. I read it a slightly different way, a little more of a kind interpretation.
I honestly feel like it could be both. Like,
it could
both
be,
things can be true.
It's like, oh, my dad is, but why is he changed? Yeah, my dad changed to become a good person, but why did he do it for them and not for me?
It might have taken Jecht being transported into Spira, having his life turned upside down, and having an actual challenge again that gives his life purpose, that all of a sudden changes his perspective on his own weaknesses and makes him, okay, I need to make some internal changes. But in a way that you don't get when you're at the top of the world in Xanarkand, you know, a star blitzball player, and it seems like it's harder at that stage to be introspective and to like look inside than it is when you've been taken down to the bottom again. So I feel like the process of coming into Spira and meeting Braska and probably revering him, right? Braska probably did a lot to help change Jecht, or like change his perspective on things, and helped him along that path. So it could very well be that this was
so he
one
had
moment,
someone to look up to. He didn't have anyone to look up to in Xanarkand.
Right.
Yeah.
That along this journey, he did become a better man. And so that's what they saw of him in Spira, was the Jecht that was kicked down to the bottom,
forcibly humbled,
and became a better person because of it. Not the guy at the top of the world who was a jerk to his son and to everyone, really. He was kind of just a selfish guy in Xanarkand. So both things are probably true in this instance.
The one thing that's for sure is that, and hopefully Titus recognizes this himself, but Jecht could not stop drinking whenever he wanted to.
No.
He couldn't do it himself. And so even though he said, I can do it myself, and Titus is like, you said you could do it yourself, but you wouldn't do it for me, he couldn't do it himself. That wasn't actually a possibility.
Right.
So it took something like this to change him. And my hope is that Titus recognizes that, despite what he said, he couldn't do it himself, and that would lend to a more merciful interpretation of this scene, along the lines of what I had, as opposed to,
Like, I think the reality is Jecht really was on the path to becoming a better person, like you're saying. Titus won't see it that way.
Right, no. You're right. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Because of his internal resentment, but he has a justifiable reason to feel like that.
Exactly.
And that's what makes the whole, that's what makes relationships messy and difficult is, a person can be this way and then they can change, but to the person who was wronged, it's very hard to let that go, right? Like there's a whole journey this person has to take inwardly to be able to forgive, right?
Yeah.
So it's just really, really well done. I really liked that little story from Aaron there.
Yeah, I loved it.
There's also a kind of a funny story that Yuna and Kimari tell about her riding a shoe puff and falling off into the water, and he was all concerned, and then she got back on and jumped on purpose like a bunch of times after that. Right.
What a kid.
As like she was probably 10 years old or something, but
my son Kai would do that.
Yeah, and he was all worried, and she was like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and he's like, "No, you had fun." Like,
Kimari's great, man. I love him.
So that was a nice little thing, and again, it sort of reinforces how long Kimari's been.
Yeah, since she was so young.
Right. Yeah. So that was a nice little story.
Yep.
Okay, now you get on the shoe puff.
Yes, before you get on, you go and you kind of arrange the ride with the.
Oh, right.
You see the the chocobo, the Crusaders.
Oh,
They're trying to ride across too, and it's
Yes.
like, no, chocobo doesn't fit, and it's like, they have to find another way around, and it's going to take forever, but whatever. You know,
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that was their last chocobo, though, right? So that
yes.
we can't
They only
abandon
have
it.
one more left. Yeah.
So we got to keep it. We'll find our own way, you know.
yeah.
But in the background of the scene, in the shop, there's a Triforce.
Yes.
Yeah,
I was
you
going
saw
to
that?
talk about
Okay.
this. It's the same symbol from one of the samurai clans
Yes,
of the feudal era,
the three
right?
dragon scales.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, cool. So you saw that too. This is a fun little thing. I call it a Triforce. It likely is not a reference to Zelda.
Yeah.
Just because the companies and all
Right.
that stuff. It is likely a reference to the three dragon scales. It's a story that's like 1,000 years old.
Yeah.
But that symbol, just so for people who don't know, the Triforce symbol was not created by Zelda,
Yeah.
by Miyamoto or
Yeah.
Nintendo. It was first, like carved out as an icon like 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was who was it?
I'm pretty sure it was the banner or the flag of
Mitsuroko. is
one of
name.
the samurai clans.
One of the big families.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And they, one of the leaders had this dream in which a dragon had come and visited him. Or I say a dream. I think it was a mythology. I think
Oh, sure.
they
Yeah.
would say it actually happened. And then there were three. He left behind 3 dragon scales, and that was like a promise to the family of some good fortune. And
Yeah.
so on his gravestone, he had the 3 triangles put there, and then the whole family. It became a symbol for the whole family after that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what it means. It's called the Mitsuroko, and Mitsu meaning 3 and Roko meaning scales. But it's the 3 dragon scales.
Good stuff.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Don't know how it relates to the game, but it's a sweet symbol.
It's sweet. It's just it's cool because it's a Zelda reference, but then it's even cooler because it's not a Zelda reference. So we kind of went full circle there.
One thing I forgot to say here.
Yeah.
You talked to Aaron again. This is kind of a thing. You got to talk to NPCs multiple times sometimes to get all the dialogue.
Yeah.
And this is something I've been talking about with Pat Holloman a little bit, but also with patrons about the development of Spira's civilizations and how believable it would be, how little or how much it has changed over 1,000 years in certain instances.
Okay,
And
whether
there's like
it's
a huge,
believable or not.
huge discussion around this.
Yeah.
But I thought it was really interesting because, about whether or not, how well thought through the question that's being posed in these conversations, how well thought through is the development and the world building of this really, But one thing that Aaron says, he comments on how little Spira has changed in 10 years. So he's been gone for 10 years, right,
Right.
in Zanarkand. And now he's come back and he's like, this place has not changed in 10 years. And he says specifically, this place resists change.
You know what's interesting? Those last 10 years, that was the calm.
Yes.
So even during the calm, which they've only ever had a few times in forever, they still didn't really progress much
Yes.
or at all.
And they haven't, and that goes
With the
beyond just the 10
opportunity.
years. It's almost the last 1,000 years.
Yeah.
The culture has not changed hardly at all.
Yeah.
And I thought it was interesting, his line, this place resists change.
Yes, it's a rigid structure
Yeah.
with boundaries and limitations that are set in stone and that are immovable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So clearly,
you have to break things like
there
that. They're
is
not malleable.
thought that has been put into why this culture has not changed.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we'll continue to learn more.
Yes.
Oh, I know we will, as we continue to go. So I just wanted to point that out.
That's
It's
good.
a really
That's good.
missable little quip from Aaron,
Yeah.
but just reinforcing this idea that this world is the way it is, and it's designed to stay that way.
Yeah.
They don't want it to change. So,
There you
Okay.
go.
all right. So after launching on the shoe puff, Wok is complaining. Or no, he's not complaining. He's pointing out first the ruins of the ancient Machina city. that's
Yes,
down
because
underneath
they're
the
looking
river.
down. It looks pretty sweet. It looks cool.
And he sort of shares a story about it. He's talking about how their ancestors had tried to defy the laws of nature, right?
Yes.
By building the city on top of the water, with like bridges or whatever that they had kind
Yeah.
of set up, right? And I like how Titus challenges this. He's like,
Yes.
are you sure? I'm not sure that that's really the reason.
I like Titus, I like the fact that Titus challenges it.
Yes.
I don't agree with Titus's challenge because Titus is like, maybe they just really liked the water, or maybe they wanted to be near water.
Or it'd be a convenient way to get.
Yeah. You can have a coastal city.
Sure.
Right? So it's easy to get around. You don't have to build your city on the water, even with what Titus says. But I like the fact that he challenges it, because Waka has not really been challenged in this way, and the Avon religion in general has not been challenged in this way, at least not very often.
Yeah.
So the fact that even though his in 2 seconds, spur of the moment, well, I don't know, maybe they just like the water and want to be close to it. Like, okay, that's not a good answer, but he's thinking, he's working on it, and he's rejecting what he's being told.
There could
something
be
Waka
other
can't
explanations.
do. Exactly.
Other than
it's just
the
one
official
he thought
one
of
that you've been told.
Yes.
You've been told they did this because of this, but there could be other reasons.
Maybe
I'm
there
not
was
so
something
sure
else.
about that.
Yes.
And this kind of
yes, yeah.
cascades into a bunch of questions about what's so bad about Machina in the first place.
Which is what I
Right?
think what he had asked Yuna a night
earlier.
or two previously. Yeah.
And this is where Lulu explains, well, they
Some are
had used
good.
Machina to wage this war. And it was that war that is
Yeah.
the punishment that we're still like suffering the consequences of, and that's why we
Right.
don't use Machina. But he's like, but wait, you use Machina though in your Blitzball Stadium and like all these other ways. What are you talking about?
There's a list of approved machina
yes, and
signed by Yevon Meisters.
yeah, it's like the church gets to decide which Machina we may use and which we may not use.
yes.
And he's like, okay, well, which Machina may we not use then? Like, why?
Which are the forbidden machina.
And of course, Waka's response to that is, remember Operation Mihen?
Those
that
ones.
kind.
The violent ones, the weapons.
The weapons,
Yeah.
the Machina weapons. You can't use Machina
Which
weapons.
many things can become weapons, but yeah.
Sure. So anyways, I just like the scene because, again, Titus's purpose in this whole thing is to, like, challenge the things that they believe and be like, think about this a different way. And, of course, Waka's not going to have that. He's devout, but, like, he's chipping away at these people over
Yes.
time.
Yeah, little by little.
Yeah.
Just the fact that he's questioning at all is something that Waka does not often have to deal with.
Yeah.
I want to go into more depth on this, but we kind of need to finish the game first.
Yeah.
Because he talks about the past and what happened. Oh, there was war, and the Machina were used to wage war. And we don't know everything about that yet. We'll come to know a little bit more, and then maybe I can comment a little bit more on how that parallels with this city.
Yeah.
My notes in general, though, is that the Machina was built on a bridge and the weight of the city caused it to sink. But this is really rich. Like, just this story can be turned into 1,000 mythologies in 100 different ways, into a different, it's too perfect, right? So it's a city that grew too ambitious and too prideful, built above the water on an unstable foundation, and was destroyed by its own weight, sinking into the water. You could say the weight was the size of the city or the immensity of its sins. You could say it was built on a poor foundation, being a bridge, but the city was also founded on Machina, being the foundation, right? There's different, layers to like what the foundation of a city can be, and it goes all the way down. You could say they lived like Xanarkans, separate from nature, accomplishing that which was impossible until nature did what nature does, and the city was brought to ruin in the water, which is the flow of time. Just
Right.
that what do they say? Father Time is undefeated, right? It's inevitable. This will happen. And the river, the flow of a river is like the flow of time, right? So it's a brief story that Lulu tells, but stories like this are metaphorical in nature and always reveal a lot more than just surface level stuff seems to convey. So I'm sure that this city was used as a Sodom and Gomorrah type of example of like, don't do what they did. See, their city's blown up and look at it. You can see the ruins.